Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wanna ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. So baby subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemo, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Yoguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Asima ayanda ba, ayanda ba. So baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ni ka ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Asima ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wanna ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Since he was born, and now he is getting old. Da ba da da ba da da ba da da ba da. So there it is right there. That is the Igbotic Orchestra from Equolobia. So that is the Igbotic Quartet from Equolobia. So Igbotic Quartet from Equolobia. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. So now, with some regularity, yet another afternoon session. Share the links just as widely as you can. Populate the room as quickly as possible. Like the stream as well, and subscribe. So like, subscribe, share the links, super chat if you feel that way inclined. All those nice things that I always ask you to do. So of course we're still within the Nigeria United States kerfuffle, and then other international spaces now are lending their voice to the divide. So that's the conversation now. The European Union and China have come into the situation to speak. So what do they have to say? So we'll interact with this session from our Channels TV to see what the latest development is. So we'll pick it up from here.
Now for a review of what's making the headlines in the papers this morning, let's bring in Arise analyst, Dr. Constance Ikoku. Thank you for joining us live on this newspaper review segment.
Good morning, Benga.
Always with a beautiful smile.
You too.
I hope we have something pleasant in the offing.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Good morning, Yolanda.
Good morning, Dr. Constance. Great to see you this morning.
Great to see you too. Well, there's a lot in the newspapers this morning, the story shaping the agenda. So let's get right into it. Hello there and welcome to the program. We'll begin with this day newspaper. There, China rejects planned U.S. military action. EU says it stands by Nigeria. Ibadan court approves conduct of PDP convention, others INEC to monitor. Tinubu seeks another fresh approval for 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan to fund 2025 budget deficit. And Dick Cheney, powerful ex-vice president of the U.S. who pushed for Iraq war, dies at 84. Daily Sun, we still have that story on PDP National Convention, cleared to go ahead. Terrorism, again, Kanu refuses to enter defense, insists no valid charge against him. Alleged Christian genocide, China backs FG, warns the U.S. Senate probes real. The I newspaper, The Break, lays ground for 1970s style
to gain. It has a large investment in countries.
Sorry, I'm skimming through so that because the lady seems to be going through a series of headlines. So let me skim through all that to see where the conversation actually takes place.
Such as Nigeria. Yolanda, please go for it.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, it's very commendable that China is declaring support for Nigeria and standing up by saying that Nigeria deserves to withhold its sovereignty and to make its own decisions. But also, let's look at the aspect that China has a lot to gain. It has a large investment in the Nigerian market and with several significant benefits. We all know that there's so many raw material projects that are ongoing in Nigeria by the Chinese. There's a lot of market access and there's a lot of more investment opportunities and geopolitical influence when it comes to the affairs of the nation. So it's very commendable that China is standing with Nigeria, but as well, let's not forget that they have their own interests to protect as well.
Actually, China saying they stand with Nigeria is more of a negative than a positive. It's a positive only really for reasons of showing solidarity, but it's more of a negative because it might well prove to be a trigger point. That's just where the concern is. It might well prove to be a trigger point. So China saying they stand with Nigeria. So, of course, a lot of investment, the quantum of investment, around about between $20 to $30 billion. That's how much China has sunk within the Nigerian space. And they know that America going into that place to blow it up. That destroys because America blows it up, then they take over the resources of Nigeria, and there is nothing China. So all of that money and all of the planning goes into the drain. So that's what China is pushing for. But with China now coming in to say we stand with Nigeria, that might well propel Donald Trump even more to take that military action, because the threat of the military action at the moment is somewhat of a last resort. It's somewhat like a carrot and stick approach that if you don't do this, then you get a flogging of some sort. But if China comes into the equation, and they are pushing on behalf of Nigeria. And we all know that Donald Trump has been looking for confrontation with China. Nigeria might well be a theater for proxy war between two superpowers. And whatever theater of proxy wars, they end up devastating. Go to Syria and see what's going on there. And that's a theater for proxy war. So China coming in now to say they back Nigeria, it might well prove to be a negative because it might push Donald Trump even more to double down on positions. And the right wing in America as well, they will continue to hammer on that narrative to the point that suddenly you are just seeing all these American bombers on the way to Nigeria. And I think America has a military base in Ghana anyway. So it's not even that much of a trip. They'll start to make deployments into Nigeria, and that's the end of that country.
Yeah, Benga, any quick thoughts before we go to the next story?
Yeah, I'm happy that yesterday came up with the news headlines about Tinubu now concluding plans and tightening the ropes to appoint ambassadors, because that shows the exigency and the intricacies of the requirements of an astute ambassador, at least to handle the grade A missions. And we've seen the Chinese collaboration standing with Nigeria, and the economic background interest of all this is also beginning to
But by the way, in all of the narratives that is going on, the interest of the average Nigerian is not a consideration. I hope you all know that. In all of the narrative that is going on at the moment, the interest of the average Nigerian is not in consideration. The obedience space, petitioning and buying lobby in America to push Donald Trump to take action against Nigeria, that's not in the interest of anything. That is really the sour grapes of a lost election, and they look to the future to see that they will always be subordinate in that country. So if we cannot have it, let's smash it up. That's what the obedience are doing. So there is no interest of the average Nigerian there. The American wanting to come into Nigeria has nothing to do with the Christians, nothing to do with the average Nigerians. It's all about the American interest. They're quite flustered by the level of footholds that China now has in that country. Nigeria has one of the largest deposits of the futuristic mineral requirements for the world. We're talking about lithium, we're talking about rare earth minerals and all of these sort of things. Even outside of oil, the mineral resources that will be canvassed for the future, a lot of it is within the Nigerian space. So there's the scramble for that as well. And then there's the scramble for against Russia that seems to have taken hold of the whole of the Sahelian region, and then they want to hold Nigeria as a bullhorn to stop that Russian push. And then, of course, there's the French trying to re-establish a footing within Africa. So there's a whole mix of all sorts that is at play. None of it to do with the betterment of the average Nigerian. So we're just pawns in a game bigger than us. And Tinubu doesn't have the power or potency to resist it in any form. So it's just down to his diplomacy, the level of quality of the team he has around him, and how he navigates this thing delicately. So he has to acknowledge the support of China, but push it back as well, so it doesn't aggravate Donald Trump. And then he has to engage with Donald Trump to paint him a wider picture of the goings on within the Nigerian space. And he also, more importantly, has to make mineral concessions to especially Donald Trump and the United States, because that's what they are after. So a whole raft of all manners of moving parts. So the Americans will start with sanctions. That's how they usually start. And very, very quickly, their right-wing media will start to ratchet up incidents of insecurity in Nigeria, make alarmist pronouncements, bring in victims to come and tell harrowing tales of what is going on in Nigeria. And by the time they get into the psyche of the American space and they prepare their minds for this onslaught, it's almost an inevitability. So it's as distant and as removed at the moment. The prospect of America coming into Nigeria, it seems distant and remote and unlikely, but very, very quickly, they could escalate it, they could ratchet it up, and before you know it, there'll be troops, boots on the grounds of Nigeria.
To come out, but we shouldn't shy away from the fact that there are mass killings and Nigeria faces an existential threat. But the narrative of Christian Muslim is a bit offensive to us as Nigerians, and I'm happy to also see the European Union standing with Nigeria and emphasizing the need for the protection of human rights and also calling for interfaith dialogue in Nigeria. That would also help the narrative. So I hope that with this international support, growing international support for Nigeria, I think Trump should be able to shift his rambunctious stance against Nigeria and the threat of military action. And I think that the federal government too knows that it's no longer a tea party and they need to face these underlying threats that Nigeria faces. People cannot just be dying. It's not acceptable anywhere in the world. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that an individual is entitled to the right of thought, conscience, and religion. So nowhere in the world should this be restricted or threatened. And that's what we've been having. We have the facts and figures that in 7 years we've had about 16,000 Christians being killed. And in the last 7 months in this year, we have about 7,000 Muslims who have been killed, 6,000 Muslims. Even Muslim death should not even be allowed. Right. No death should be allowed in the country.
Well, I mean, it is interesting that it took this kind of pressure for the federal government to decide that it is going to appoint ambassadors very quickly because of that vacuum that we have in.
Pardon me. Pardon me. The Tinubu administration, they've not gotten too many things wrong, but not appointing ambassadors to strategic countries, they've gotten that wrong. It may be the economic saving, whatever the reasons, but countries like the United States, China, the European Union, the UK, especially those countries, and maybe India as well, they should have ambassadors there as a matter of immediacy. It's something that should have happened 2 years ago, and certainly something that should happen immediately now. So they are appointing an ambassador to the United States now to interface with that space, but this is something that should have been in place all the way through. So, but really, the pressure being put by the Americans on the Nigerian state now, I like it. You know, I like it because, like this guy rightly said, we can't just see people being slaughtered. Oh, we have become inured to the loss of human life in that country. We've become inured. We've become accustomed to it. So, 80, 200 pied in Plateau. Oh, what a pity. And then you forget about it. 700 pied in Benue. Oh, what a pity. And then you forget about it. XYZ pied in Owo. Oh, what a pity. We've become inured. We've become accustomed to it. We've come to live with it, and we've come to look the other way. And the government doesn't even look. If one person pies in France, they will fly the national color in half mast. The president will go on national TV to address it. But in Nigeria, it's like saying somebody went to the shop to buy a loaf of bread and lost his change on the way back home. It's as trivial. The loss of human life has become as trivial a thing as something like that. That somebody went to the shop to buy bread and he lost the 200 naira change on the way back home. It's as trivial as that now. So we should never become accustomed to what is going on in Nigeria. And the fact that the Americans are pressuring the Nigerian space to do something about it. Niger man, I'm on so many spaces. Don't worry, I'm everywhere. So the fact that the Nigerians, if somebody wants to come in, by the way, it's a short little clip, and as you know, I don't like to, after the clip, I don't like to just be holding on. So if you want the conversation, then you have to come in. Let me send the link again so that it's immediate to hand. And please make sure you're clicking on the like button. You're subscribed to the platform. If you want to super chat, you can, but especially click on like and subscribe. Help our industry so we can reach even further than we reach. But no. So the pressure on the Nigerian space, I especially welcome it. I welcome it. Because of course we cannot have this thing going on in perpetuity. I mean, look how long these things have been going on. You know, it's been going on since pretty much since the Obasanjo administration. We've been having all these incidents, and it happens. Before we used to be alarmed. No longer do we really especially care, and we've become accustomed. We must never become accustomed to what the Fulani jihadists are doing in that country.
Our diplomacy. And it is also good to see that they've opened that diplomatic channel, which the government has said, you know, to begin to dialogue and to talk concerning these issues that are raised. And the Minister of Information and National Orientation told us yesterday that the president is calm. He should be calm because you need to be calm and very calculated in this kind of instance. Absolutely. In order to manage something that is an inferno that can, excuse me, consume the country. But let's return to China. China calls Nigeria a friend. And China has taken time over the years to build friends and alliances all over the world, and especially in Africa. Nigeria is the biggest economy on the continent, so it has been working very closely with Nigeria. It does have strategic investments, but also China has also been having, or China has also been building those alliances and exercising soft power through its Belt and Road Initiative, which is operating in over 30 countries with different projects. So you see a country that is very focused and disciplined and has, its own goals, short, medium, and long term, and is going ahead, proceeding with achieving those goals. So what do you learn from this? Nigeria has a lot to learn from this. China is no longer a pushover on the world stage. Its global influence is growing. It is the second biggest economy in the world after United States. So both countries are competitors. But you also see that China took time over the years. According to World Bank sources and even Chinese government sources, over 40 years, China lifted at least 100 million people out of extreme poverty in its country. 800 million people. That's a lot, and that's no mean feat. And there is no way it could have achieved this without discipline,
Absolutely.
without focus, without strategy, without a plan, and executing that plan meticulously. So when you have a
I'm not sure what this woman is talking. She seems to just be saying nonsense.
Government that is working for its people, when you have a government that is achieving results over time, then the people have no choice but to fall in line. So I think there's so many things that Nigeria can learn from the Chinese. When you get to that stage where you have your act together, there's no way you will be a pushover on the international stage. And that is why in the Committee of Nations, China is today powerful compared to what it was.
Oh, all right, that woman is just speaking nonsense. I think she's confused. She may well be an obedient from the accent, but let's get the conversation going with Al, who joins us. Are you on your lunch break again, Al? Are you Al? Are you there, Al? Oh, all right. I don't think Al is ready for.
Yes, yes,
You are there.
yes, one man. One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Hear me
can
now,
hear
one
you.
man?
Yeah, I can hear you faintly. It's
Yeah,
a
I
bit.
can.
Your line is a bit quaky. Are you driving or
Okay, is
walking
that
or?
better? No, 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 I'm driving. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's slightly
Is
better.
that
Yes.
more manageable?
Yeah, it's more manageable. So
Brilliant.
the Chinese and the European Union are taking a position, are saying that there is absolutely no reason why Trump should take this particular stance. But I was suggesting that China coming in to back Nigeria is more likely to aggravate Trump more than to douse the situation. What are you making then of the split within the Western space regarding Nigeria?
That's a really good thing. I mean, one man, Tinubu and the Sultan of Sokoto, they during the Niger crisis, they take a good stand. Yeah, Tinubu actually take a good stand and actually ally with the West. In terms of because me personally, that's why I am. I think dealing with the West is much more better than dealing with Russia. But however, non-alliance is the best way for African nations to go. Do not ally with anybody, which I think Nigeria have took that stance, and it will pay off eventually, right? And my opinion is this is going to make Trump think twice, before he actually send any troops to the ground, because he knows there are a lot of nations currently, basically against him. And can you name me one war that America ever won on their own? One man.
Well,
That
well,
is simple.
I think America can easily devastate Nigeria. I'm not sure that they need anybody to.
They,
What have
they
we
could.
got? We have bow and arrow. They have nuclear weapons.
That's the same thing they taught in Afghanistan, right? That's the same thing they taught when they went to Libya, right? That's the same thing they taught when they went to Iraq. But look at how it ended up for them. That's the same thing they taught when they went to Somalia. And northern Nigeria is quite similar to what you have in Somalia, but in a hybrid, in a much more larger scale. So it will not happen. And Trump knows, his military knows. They have the biggest drone base in the world with massive aircraft with NATO in Niger Republic. They couldn't do it. Yeah, this is the collective nations. How can America do it on its own? when there's actually over 100 million population of Muslims in northern Nigeria and also across West Africa. You know, is a shame, really. I mean, we should move away from war. You know, peace is the only long-term solution. For me, I'm glad that, you know, Tinubu actually have,
Yeah,
you know,
but we have to stop this Fulani jihadist one way or the other, and we have not shown any capacity to stop the Fulanis. So
but
what do we do?
One man, I'm gonna give you one history, right? There is not one single tribe that have defeated Fulani in terms of warfare in West African history. Go back and look. There is not one single empire that's been built successfully without the Fulani being involved in it. Never. Throughout West African history. Your ancestors, the Yorubas, the Fulanis, the Hausa, you know, and those in Niger, the Nupe, if you go back to history, these people have always, you know, have interaction. They always have trying to establish trade routes and build empires and build things, right? However, if they feel marginalized, they will not take it easy. That's the reality. But it does not give some ragtag, you know, Fulani or Tuareg in the north, in the Sahel, to come and kill innocent Nigerians and innocent Christians. And it's not a Fulani thing. Fulani is a very large tribe, right? Nigerian Fulani, they don't make up the Fulani culture. They do not make up the Fulani, whatever you call it. These are Hausa Fulani mainly, if you want to call them that way. You know, or if you want to know about Fulani properly, you have to go to Senegal, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Gambia, you know, all this region where they originate from to understand Fulani properly. They're not war mongrels or necessarily, you know, people that go and attack people simply for no reason. There obviously, there must have been some grievance issue in the past. However, the Fulanis in Nigeria, as I heard, according to even a former DSS and different Nigerian secret services, have said the people are killing people in Nigeria are not Fulani only, yeah, and also they're not even Fulanis from Nigeria. Fulani from Nigeria are also suffering from this. They're probably one of the highest victims, and the poor Hausa and the poor Kanuris. These are the ones that are suffering from this insecurity in Nigeria, but people cannot look at it from a different angle because of tribal biases or religious bias. That's what you have to put aside.
You can slice and dice it whichever way you like, Al. But the fact is that Nigerians are fed up with the Fulani, you know, and we have to address their effort.
When you say Fulani, you're actually mentioning the entire ethnic group that's over 50 million across West Africa.
Yes, I'm mentioning them in their entirety, especially the ones that have a foothold in Nigeria.
Are you talking about the Fulani elites in Nigeria?
The totality of them, from the lowest rung to the highest spec, they've never been of any good to that country. Their leadership is very backward. Their followership is very pedestrian. They're very, very primitive in their ways, and they don't want to be enlightened. You know, we've offered them ranches. We've offered them education in terms of conduct and their businesses. We've offered them everything to elevate them out of that subsistence sort of life to a more civilized. They refuse to be civilized.
What do you mean? What do you mean by?
Therefore, we have to deal with them.
Right. What do you mean by civilization? What do you mean you assist them in terms of
living in the bush, having your cow pee on you to wash your hair, eating scrubs, you know, having sex with animals, you know, all these sort of things. The way they are, is not conducive for the civilized South.
That's very disgusting what you just said. That's number one. I mean, for someone that have a program like this, that's actually should be respectable and mature audience should be listening to. That's actually disgusting. What you just said there, because there's so many things I can. Hold on.
If you don't hear it from me, you hear it somewhere else. This is what.
No, I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that. For you to say that, it's highly tribalistic. There's loads of stuff I can say about Yoruba people. That's not nice. That's unpleasant. But I would not say that. Do you know why? Because I would not generalize every tribe as one. And also, not all Fulanis actually own cattle. Majority of the Fulanis in West Africa are actually settled Fulani. You're talking about maybe 5-10% of Nigerian Fulani who actually cattle herders or those in Niger that's causing the problem. And in fact, sometimes they're not actually Fulani. They probably Tuareg, Afro-Arabs, and other groups that actually look like Fulani. However, if you're talking about civilization, the Senegal is the most developed one, and Ivory Coast are the two most developed countries in West Africa, and you cannot compare them to Nigeria. Nigeria do not have 24-hour electricity, they don't have clean tap water, they don't have clean roads, they don't have up-to-date railway. Now, all the foundation in Senegal was laid by Fulani leader, yeah, Wad, Abdoulaye Wad, right, and who was very Afrocentric. So how dare you? Name me one Yoruba country in West Africa that's successful as Senegal. You don't have one. So for me, what I'm trying to say is, and also during the transatlantic slave trade, when Yorubas were selling Yorubas to the white man, is the Fulanese and the other Mande group of West Africa who rescued your people, that we actually highly educated them, and actually most of them returned back and built a city that you have today called Lagos, that all Nigerians clamoring for, right?
The
Yorubas, no. The Yorubas who left Sierra Leone, no, Fulani did not build Lagos. Don't put words in my mouth. The Yorubas who built Lagos and River State, they came from Sierra Leone. Yeah, Sierra Leone was part of Guinea. It was carved out of Guinea, Republic of Guinea. So we help your people in terms of education. We rescue them from slavery. First of all, we educate them, and they voluntarily return back to Nigeria and establish the state called Lagos. Yeah, the city called Lagos that you all fighting over today. And you telling me that we are backward people when your people haven't achieved 1% of what we the Fulani have achieved. And I've just said to you what, no, let me just finish because you interrupted.
Oh, all right, finish so I can move the mic round. Finish. Are you there? Do we still have you? Can anyone hear me?
Right, it's just true. Yeah, I came in here, as a civil way to actually, find luck with that. There's so many to happily come and defend them, and you're going to destroy your country. And which countries in West Africa are you going to run to? I will show you. I've seen a documentary recently in Mali where there's thousands of Igbo women from the southeast and children that have been put in prison in Mali, because of the same rhetoric that you guys spewing online. Well, you're not looking at it. A lot of people outside Nigeria are looking at this anti-Fulani sentiment that you spewing online, yeah, and looking at it with baffling mentality. They're baffled because they think you guys are actually really backward for the first nation of Africa, the highest black population that call themselves educated, which I think most of them are educated fools, including the Fulanis who elite in Nigeria, who are not looking at this issue and trying to solve it. Now you have some idiot from abroad, called Donald Trump, who is trying to come in there and invade your country and bomb it. And if that happened, one of the first group of people that would come to defend it, is a Fulani. And you sit there and insulting them. It's actually unbelievable. It baffles me. Yeah, but let me get to the point. I'm gone. Yeah.
All right. One more minute because others are waiting as well. So
I am glad that Tinubu finally have appointed ambassadors. Okay, outside the foreign world, because I said that yesterday, people shut me down. Someone said it in a comment because people are listening to you guys, right? People are not biased, and everything I said have come to reality. BNU being a different platform, we have sophisticated conversation. That's the reason why I come to you, right? I expect you to live up to the higher standard. However, there are a lot of things that are happening in Nigeria, even the poorest country in West Africa. It will not happen. The president that you currently have is not strong. He plays a lot of party politics, divide and rule, and have the right people around, and the wrong people around him, all the yes man people, who are actually one day going to actually turn against him. That's what happened in Guinea. In Guinea, we had somewhat similar like Tinubu. Take this from me, right? And Tinubu and Alpha Conde, who was the president in Guinea, they're quite similar. They're best friends. Tinubu actually carried Guinea and go back to what I was saying earlier. And Alpha Conde trying to do the same thing what Tinubu is doing now. What happened is his own person, his own military bodyguard. Thank God, I love the president in Guinea, the military guy. I actually love him. He managed to achieve more than any Sahelian military guy so far. He banned tribalism, banned all this sectionalism. The Christian minorities have in Guinea and Sierra Leone always live in peace and harmony. They actually help them financially, the minority Christian in Guinea and in Sierra Leone.
All right,
for that matter.
Al,
In fact, Sierra Leone, we are the third. Sierra Leone, we are the third. Okay. Sierra Leone, we are the third largest ethnic group in Sierra Leone, right? Since independence, majority of the people that rule Sierra Leone are Christians. Sierra Leone Christians are only made of about 30% of the population. Most of the people that actually elect them are Fulani. We elect Christian leaders years after years and VPs years after years. Sierra Leone is the most religious, tolerant country in the world, right? So you got your own cultural problems. Stop bringing it on Fulani people. Fulani people are way above this. You can never, ever be able to twist the narrative against us because the Europeans and the Americans
can someone else come in and ask you some questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Al. So that's Al right there with an explosive defense of the Fulanese. But of course, a man of equal substance, Joel of Nashville. Flourish yours, Joel.
Thank you, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville. And one man, please, with all due respect, I will have to respond. I'll use my time to respond to Al's because, we're still talking about the same thing. Yeah, Mr. Al, please, with all due respect.
By the way, sorry, Joel, just for your attention, Al is a Fulani man, not a Nigerian Fulani, but the wider
yeah, I get it, and that's where I was going to go. To, Mr. Al, we have an issue in Nigeria. I don't care what Fulani is in Senegal, Sierra Leone, or any Ghana or any of these places. I don't care. If you guys are doing good, I love it, right? And it is good that you're doing something good. But we have a Fulani problem in Nigeria. In Nigeria, not in all these places you're talking about. So when we are telling you about our own problem, you do not come here to tell us that Fulani are this. And we are not doing a tribal marketing here. The issue there is that the Hausa Fulanis has been in power for over 40 to 50 years of our national existence. I said over 30 something to 40 years of our national existence. Yet you have the region as the poorest. So what kind of Fulanis are you guys giving us? If the Fulanis in Syria alone and all these places are doing good, why is the one in Nigeria not doing good? One man, we have said it on this show. Muslim, Arab. Is it not the same Muslim that we are seeing in Saudi Arabia? Is it not the same Muslim we are seeing in UAE? Did they build their places? They build their homes. People travel to go there. They might have the Sharia or whatever, but you don't see it. People go there, enjoy themselves, and leave. Why can't we in Nigeria? Why can't the Fulanis in Nigeria do the same? Every day we keep talking about the same thing all the damn time. It is simple. Are there Amajiris in Saudi Arabia? No. Why do we have Amajiri in Nigeria? Why do we have that kind of poverty in the north? And when we come out here to talk about this thing, some people will come out here to call us out. We must.
I hear you.
We must solve the.
Can I respond? Yeah. Okay.
Hold on, please. Because you spoken enough. The issue of northern Nigeria, we have been hammering on this thing for far too long, and they are dragging us back. Say it the way it is. They are dragging us back. The amount of money we put in security, the amount of money we put in education, we baby them, we pamper them. Grown-ass men that can take care of themselves. Every damn time. You build Amajiri, go to Western education, no. Okay, we build Amajiri for you. Go to Amajiri, no. They keep playing politics with their lives. How can we love them more than how can we love them more than themselves? We cannot love them more than themselves. So one man, it's unfortunate. This thing, yeah, he's talking about Yoruba. You could have asked him what.
Yeah, I hear what you say, brother. Listen, I am.
Let me please,
not
please,
here
let
to
me
spread
flow. Let me
intelligence.
flow. Let me flow, please. Let me flow. You should have asked him. Tell me about Yorubas. Even me as an Igbo man, I know Yorubas. I know where our problem are. But I don't see Yorubas people in my bush. I don't see them in my farms. At least you learn something from them. It's not for anything. You learn something from them. What are we learning from the Fulanis? They are dragging the nation back. And it must be called out. What Trump is doing, forget all this nonsense they are talking about. Oh, they are coming to take up the rare earth. One man. Have they not been taking the rare earth to date? The oil wells in the Niger Delta, where are they? Who owns them? Majority from the north, including Sultan of Sokoto.
What I'm saying is that every tribe got good and
What are
bad
we
in them.
talking
So I'm not
about?
going to
You
say
have the
that.
resources to develop your people. You did not. Now your people are falling cheap to all these ragtags that are coming from through the border. Who even protect them when
Okay.
Jonathan was trying to dismantle them? It was the same Buhari that said that they tried to decimate the population of the north. Whereas the issue was about insecurity.
Is there any evidence? Is there any evidence that Fulani are the only people, or Fulani are the ones that are doing it? And also, or someone stop me, I'm responding. Also, Nigeria and Fulani are actually all in this thing, or it's just minority of mixture of other tribes who actually been
Sorry,
by
let
the side.
girl flow. Let girl flow because Baba is also waiting to speak as well. It's just to manage the time.
Okay,
So the
well, man,
issue
I don't
there
want
is
this to be
this.
about me.
The issue
I
there
don't
is
want
this.
this
You have to show
to be
me. You have to show me that you love your.
me.
You have to show me that you love yourself. Oh, Mr.
We're
Al,
having a
come on
general
now, come on
conversation.
now, come on. No, let me finish my. When you were talking, nobody wanted to interject.
But
Right? Let me just finish. Then I will make it short.
okay. So
I'll make it short. You know. So that is the issue. I cannot love you more than yourself. You might say anything you want to say about Awo, but we know he loves his people. And that is why even in the South, people respect him based on that. He loves the people. And you can see it. You can see the things he did. And you can see the generation. You can see generation upon generation enjoying from that. Awo did not give us Amajiri as a neighbor. Or even like even those in the Niger Delta. You might say anything you want to say. When you
now
Niger Delta,
you lost me, bro. You lost me.
My brother, people that understand me will understand where I'm coming from. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
South
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Flow.
Allow him
Allow him
to
to
flow.
flow, please.
If he lost you, he hasn't lost the audience. Let him speak. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Even when we had the issue with Niger Delta, they were clamoring for what? For a better environment. They did not encroach the Southeast to come kill people. So we might have our differences in the South, but at least it is at a certain level. But you don't see people in the bush. Who are these? Who are those that travel through the bush? If you can travel kilometers of miles in the bush and you tell me it's a way of life, you are an animal. If you can walk through the bush that way, why won't you be? Because now you are even washing your hair with the pee of an animal. And you say it's your culture. Okay, no problem. It's your culture. Don't draw us back. Don't draw us back. And it's too much. This same government today that we have today, where the ones that went to America, shit. This same government that we have today, they were the ones, the same party that were defending these people in the past. And if Trump is saying, I want to come in and obliterate these people and leave, many people keep coming and say, how many wars have America won in the past? Because Americans were trying to be politically correct with their wars. If they had wanted to end that war in a day, they would end it in a day. If you want to know how they did it, go to the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We are not calling for that. But they did it. So when people come out and say, how many wars have America? Oh, no, it's because when you come in the Congress here and the people are so politically correct, they still attacking based on their personal interests. All of those people talking about Palestinian, killing Palestinian, killing, none of them are on the street talking about Christians dying in Nigeria. So please, if somebody wants to give us help, want to help us, the Christians in Nigeria, unless you're not suffering the same
I
thing.
understand about.
If somebody wants to help us, please
I
let
understand.
that person come in and help us. And may God bless whoever that thinks about the Christians in the South. Because at the end of the day, it's about interest. If you say you're a Christian, but you don't want to mess with that, when they come to kill you, they will kill you because you're a Christian. They will buy you because you're a Christian. So you have to speak up. Wherever the help
That
is
is
coming
wrong.
from,
That is wrong. That is wrong. That is wrong.
So thank you, one
My
man, please.
friend, that's wrong. I don't
the
agree.
next person.
All right.
One man, let me respond. Let me respond, please. Let me respond.
Hold on. You will respond.
Okay.
But we
Okay.
have Baba
Okay.
here as well, and we don't want to keep him for too long. Let Baba make
Okay.
his submission, and then we have a more generalized conversation. So
No
Baba,
problem.
we've not heard your voice since this thing broke out. I don't think these Americans making threats towards Nigeria, and now you have the European Union and China backing Nigeria. So we've danced this dance before, and it usually ends in a proxy war on some third world countries' ground. So what is your anticipation of what's happening? Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I hope your day is going well. I salute you, co-panelist, and my people in the commentariat. How are you today? I hope your day is starting well or going well. And our esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button. I formally welcome you. And whilst at it, don't forget to share. And if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Yes, woman, I just took a back seat since you've been on this topic for about a week now. I followed most of the streams and I listened to everyone's view, actually. And I wouldn't want to go into the altercation between Al and Joel. Actually, we just kind of escalate it and we'll be bogged down on that. But the fact remains that we have a Fulani problem in Nigeria. It is not today's thing. And how the Fulanis in Nigeria, or the Fulanis generally, because the way the population is not there, but I think it all boils down to history of northern Nigeria. It's about conquest. They introduced Islam into northern Nigeria, and all the emirs, almost all the emirs in the north, from Zamfara to Borno, they are all Fulanis, even though most of these places, not Borno, sorry, we have Adamawa, they are all Fulanis, even though the Fulanis themselves, they lead a roving existence and they don't stay in one place. So how come that conquest took place? And they, of course, tried to bring it to the southern part of Nigeria. They only succeeded to some extent, actually, in the southwest, never in the east, never in the east. So, but no denying that we have a Fulani problem. They've managed to put them in their place in Ghana, in Senegal, in Sierra Leone, wherever they are. And maybe that is why they all flock down to Nigeria to support their brother that is having an easy path. Because it's not just the ones in Nigeria alone. They are coming from the Sahel region. We have the Bororo, we have they are different, actually, different types of Fulanis. But Fulani to a southerner like me, a Fulani is a Fulani. I don't want to know which coloration it is. Or the ones in Nigeria, I mean, their history about Nigeria as an entity. Maybe in the north, their history is okay, but as far as Nigeria as an entity is concerned, they have a very bad history. They've brought us to our knees as a nation. They brought us to our knees. That must be told. So let me leave that, as it were. Let me come to the topic properly. This Trump threat and everything. I think we should not fall into the trap of us saying China is backing us, or EU is backing us, or that is backing us. I think I don't believe in it. When it comes to dynamics of this kind of politics, it is all about self-interest, and no nation is going to die for the other nation. It's all about economy and economics. So we should not rely on that. But the problem of the threats of the kind of sword of Damocles on the neck of Nigeria today, I wouldn't say it's a welcome thing, but there are different agenda to this. There are different agenda to this. That is why initially I made a comment, I think about a week ago, that it's all a storm in a teacup. It's all a storm in a teacup. But at least the North, the Fulanis are fidgeting. That's the satisfaction I get out of it. They are fidgeting, they are panicking. And because they know definitely that if Trump is provoked or dead, he could do what he threatened. Even though it doesn't make sense, because when they are throwing the drones, or the drones are flying and throwing the bombs, on the bombs it's not written Christian bomb, Muslim bomb, and we are intermixed. We don't have this problem in the South. Rather, it's the South that is being troubled by this problem, because like I said, Trump wouldn't say he doesn't receive daily intelligence reports, though on record, we know he doesn't read it and he doesn't care for these things. But we all know definitely that the killings that are going on in Nigeria, they are very devastating. When it started, it was about Christians being eliminated in the North. But OBJ started all of this because he started with Sharia. He allowed Sharia. He didn't read the room properly, that this thing will become a kind of problem for us. A kind of problem, because as a Southerner, I will load, if I like, I make a road trip from Lagos going to Kaura Namoda, and I can load beer or alcohol on my boots. But as soon as I cross Abuja into Kaduna or Kano and the Isba or whatever they call them, stop me and look, search my boot, I've committed an offense, even though I'm not a Muslim. That's Sharia for you. I've committed an offense. In one country, two laws, two territories. So Obasanjo made a very big mistake. He thought he was doing it for peace, that, okay, if that's what they want, let them have it. And we are now paying for it dearly. Because everything they've done so far, they did it on the basis of Sharia. That is one aspect of it. And then the violence they're unleashing on the people of Plateau and Benue. I mean, Yelwada is still fresh in our minds, and we know how many people died. Even in the course of it, they still repeated the attacks. And a lot of people were eliminated. It is sad. Yes, at the same time, we may say in Borno axis, they are doing it. In Katsina, they are doing it. In Zamfara, in Sokoto. Yes, indeed. But who are these marauders? They are Muslims. So if they are doing it in Borno, in Katsina, in Zamfara, Sokoto, and other places in the north, it's Muslim on Muslim. But when they make an incursion into other geopolitical zone where you have Christians, it will be seen or seemingly to like Muslims now eliminating Christians. That's the point we are all missing here. When it comes to other geopolitical zone, the people that are doing the elimination, they are Muslim, and the people that are being eliminated are Christians. So that is where the gap came in to say, okay, Christians are being eliminated in Nigeria and in their numbers too. Even the Vatican spoke and spoke well and said, look, even those in Nigeria, Catholic, this are trying to be more Catholic than the Pope. But the foreign minister of the Vatican put it in the proper perspective that no, it is both sides that are dying. But then the obvious thing there that is getting the goods of the Christians, that those doing it to the Christians are Muslims. It's not Christian on Christian thing. What happened in Benue?
God bless you, Baba. God bless you, Baba.
So that is where the optics is so bad. That's where the optics is so bad. But then for President Trump coming in, well, it's a man that wakes up every morning with a different temperament. So you cannot really read him properly. He could do it, he may not do it. But I know Americans generally, they don't have stomach for putting boots on the ground. They don't have, there are other things they can do to really punish the North. If this will solve the problem, fine. If it will cost us the being dismembered, fine with me. Because a marriage of 109 years plus or 111 years that is still in its infancy, that refused to grow into maturity with great grandchildren in the mix, and it's all the same story right from 1914. I think it calls for sober reflection. If it's not working, let's just go each an individual way. If there are other ways to manage it, we can be a United States of Nigeria. Everybody, that's how we started. And that's what's good for us. Because a lot of economic injustice going on in Nigeria, it's very painful. These Fulanis in Nigeria, if you look at Niger Delta, for instance, the resources there in Niger Delta, it's whatever Nigeria is proud of today, it's because of Niger Delta. And if you look at the oil wells there today, 70% of those oil wells are owned by Northerners, mostly Fulanis. Mostly Fulanis. And they didn't come there with their own company. This is where the whole thing really stinks. When they get the license, they give it out to Western conglomerates and they earn commission. That is no good for us. But if you look at the few Southerners that own oil wells, they are into it themselves in partnership with whoever they bring in. And in so doing, even though some of them may not be helping their people, but at least when you have a wealthy man around you, it will rub off on the community somehow. So there is a difference. So also in education and everything. Because this marriage we are in, it breeds quota system, federal character, all kind of naive things we devise just to please ourselves. And today we have quota doctor, quota pilot, quota general, quota house boy, quota house girl, quota marriage. It's a disaster that is happening now, not even tomorrow, because everybody has become very, very wise. Because, for instance, why should I go into the military and say everybody should line up? 36 states. We want 10 each from each state. 10 each from each state, and the minimum will be first university degree. They check other states. They have people even with masters, not first degree. Even people PhD lining up over 1,000, and they want only 10. And they will end up selecting. But when they go to a certain region, let me be blunt, when they go to the north, they will have an advanced level, maybe very few people with degree, but they have to complete their quota. So they will of course drop the standard, the level of entry for them. Even in JAM till today, it is not sitting to hear that because of the area, am I unfortunate to be born in the South, that I have to score maybe 300 to do medicine, and somebody from the North will score 180 and be in the same class with me? It's not working. It's not working. Let everybody advance at their own pace. That is the way of peace. That is the way of modernity. It's not by force. I should drag you along, and in dragging you along, you are slowing me down. You are slowing me down. I don't have a problem. You want to walk at your own pace, fine with me. But let me be. If I want to run or crawl, better for me. So let everybody be in their places. I always talk about this Nigerian question. Until we all sit down and answer the Nigerian question, we will not have peace. What we have is a piece of the graveyard. It's piece of the graveyard. There's no peace in the land. Too many grudges. Too many grudges. Ancient one that have been long in coming is coming to the fore right now. And if Tinubu have to take this opportunity, I see an opportunity there to deal with this Fulani question. He should use it as an excuse to deliver a devastating blow on the Fulani hegemony they think they are building. Like Joel said, I mean, what will make a man stay in the jungle with about 500 cows? I mean, do you know the distance from the north to the south? It's crazy. Even the meat we eat have become lean meat. Imagine a cow journeying from that place to the south. And in the process, they are raping women. You might imagine 500 cows in your farm, no matter how large it is, something you've been nurturing for like 2 years, and they are coming into maturity. And one morning you just woke up, you saw a swarm of a cow eating up and destroying everything. I mean, if you are not strong enough, you will faint. You will faint. And that has happened over and over and over and over and over. Raping women, killing people, and of late, they've started kidnapping our people.
Baba, use the word grape for
Okay,
the
grape, yes, sorry, grape. They started kidnapping our people for ransom. And
That's wrong. That's wrong. I oppose all that. You know, I am against everything that you just said, Babati. You know, most of what you just said, I am agreement with what you said, and the previous speaker. You know, most of the stuff that you both said, I agree with it. I can. And any human being that have a mind or a soul or a heart will listen to you guys, and I can feel your pain because it's wrong. It's totally wrong. If somebody you want to talk, I'm very.
Well, you're coming in on and off, so it's not a smooth thing. So, as I was saying, look, it's an opportunity for the president to seize the gauntlet, use this Trump threat as an excuse to do the needful, put them in their right places. Because I can see now they are fidgeting, they are making excuses, they are running from pillar to post. He has intelligence. Everybody on the list, in all of them known terrorists, publish the names, name and shame them. Publish those names. Publish security reports. Let's have them in the open now. Because these people are not ghosts. They are not ghosts. They are part of their political leaders from the north doing all of this, orchestrating this. Or we have this in the open, but it's in the sphere of rumor. But the president should take it from the sphere of rumor to reality and publish it in the name of the government. These are the people troubling Nigeria. These are the expenses. He has the report. He cannot deny that he doesn't have the intelligence report every daily delivered to him. They know these people. So name and shame them. Let us know those that are troubling the polity of the country. It is very important. The president must not miss this opportunity and to restructure the country. To restructure the country. Because it is sad. Why would I have a resource or resources in my place that I cannot enjoy? If whatever they are gaining, the North is gaining from Nigeria through the South, if they don't use it for their people, then what is the use? What is the use if they don't use it for their people? Because they don't use it for their people. All the statistics that makes Nigeria look bad today, all the economic indices, most of them are contributed from the North, up to 80%. Is it children out of school? Or several others?
Child marriage, everything.
So if it's what they want to go at a snail speed, I have no problem with that. Honestly, I don't have any problem with that.
Baba, can
Yes,
I? Sorry, it's Remy.
Yes, go ahead. Oh, Remy, go ahead.
So I like your submission, but I'm looking at something because of the complexity of that country. For example, if you name them now, and they will now come up with the idea about what is happening in the southeast also, why can't you name the terrorists also there? The proscribed IPOP, and they are also going to talk about the people that are agitating for the Yoruba nation. So I think, to me personally, I think this is the right time for that guy to just take the bull by the horn and break that country to 6 regions according to state. Luckily for us, every state have their own, like only 7 states in the northwest. Just break it into the region, and when you break into the region, then we have to talk about resource control. I bet you, if every region can police their region, I mean every region can police their own particular region, all this wala will stop immediately. Because the reason why all this wala always happen is because whatever you pull into the central pool, you have to share it among them. And this make a lot of states, a lot of people, our leaders became so lazy and so docile, because no matter what happened, money will come to me. Whether I work, I don't do nothing, money will come to my state. I think we should look at that angle critically. I think the institution is so weak. This, as you said, to me, I say this is an opportunity for Tinubu as well. If you really want to do something good for that country, because this is the real. And I read and was following one particular guy. There is a lot of bombardment now for this.
All right, Remy, let Baba finish that sentence, and then let Baba land it, so we'll move it around and get it to you quickly.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
in rounding up, I just go to the door of the president and the presidency. This is an opportunity for him, because whether we like it or not, every administration have always ruled with the fear of the Fulani oligarchy in mind. You understand? This is now an opportunity for him, leverage on Trump's threats and deal a devastating blow on the Fulani structure, power structure in Nigeria. Break it down so that they don't hold the sword of Damocles on the neck of Nigerians. Thank you. I yield.
Wow.
All right, brilliant, excellent.
Good submission. Good submission.
Yes, always brilliant by Baba. Everybody knows that. That's why he's number one on the platform. Up next is
Really?
comparable part. Well, Baba is a anyway. You heard him, so I don't even have to explain. But We go on next to comparable facts. We start to do 5 minutes. 5 minutes monologue from you. Comparable facts. The EU and China backing Nigeria, and we're saying, is that especially a good thing, or would that trigger and aggravate Trump even more? Floor is yours.
Okay, greetings everybody. It's nice to be on this platform, and one man greeting to you especially. Baba, always like your, submission. Always great.
MOP, I salute you, my friend.
Yeah, always great to listen to you. So let's start with the genesis of what we are talking about. Let's define what a genocide is, because that's the beginning of what we are talking about. Like I said, it's a systematic killing and persecution of large group of people, whether it could be nation, it could be ethnic, it could be religious. So it didn't specify say Christians, it's a religion. Period. Are we having that in Nigeria? Yes. Let's not come here and sugarcoat it. Is there any targeting of the Christians? Yes, there's a targeting of Christians. But which I mean, everybody's being killed from the southeast to every, the number vary, but we know the phenomenon of the terrorists, is happening in the north. And who is perpetuating the atrocity we are witnessing in Nigeria? Is the jihadists, the Muslims. I'm not going to use the word Muslim, period. I'm going to be very specific. Is the jihadist Muslim? They are the one perpetuating it. Have you seen any Christians, burning but the Muslim church or whatever? So let's call a spade and stop sugarcoating what happened. There's a genocide, going on in Nigeria. There's a targeted genocide, and we know about what's happening in Southern Kaduna, Benue Plateau, But we can come here, and put it with the number who is dying more, who is dying less. If you're going to put it on that note, the country, my so-called love, Nigeria, they have not been able to provide a data. They don't have a data. They let the international community, amplify the narrative, define what is exactly happening in Nigeria. Because if you go to the data of International Religious Freedom Act and some other NGO, they compile a data, making it seem like it was one-sided. There's even the ones I read, they're making like 6,000 to 3,000. So it's not even close. What do you want the international community to do? Yeah, we're a sovereign nation under the United Nations Charter. You are not, we are a sovereign nation. You're not supposed to invade the sovereign nation, tell them what to do. We have a right to do what we do. But that sovereignty is not absolute, because we're intermingled. Before you can invade a country like Nigeria, or let's say USA want to invade Nigeria, they have to go through the United Nations. But we know that doesn't happen. The mighty always circumvent that, always circumvent that. Look at what's going on in Gaza and the America. I mean, Israel don't care. They circumvent United Nation chapter. And invade Gaza. So the mighty always win. And people mighty. What I mean by mighty, the Western country, particularly when it comes to USA. So they can invade Nigeria. Let's call it what it is. But in my opinion, is Trump coming to invade Nigeria? No, he's not going to come to invade Nigeria. He wants you to do the right thing. We keep on reacting. This is the problem. This has been going on for 10 or 15 years. It didn't start from Tinubu. But I know who amplified it, and I'm going to call it here. Buhari amplified the situation. He took it to a different level. He even tried to do that in the Southeast. So let's call it what it is, He even tried to do that in the Southeast. How many times have we heard about the unknown government anymore? That was Buhari did that, because there's no more funding since Tinubu come in. I'm not saying people are not dying in the Southeast, maybe bandit and some other things. People are still down, but the number is not as what it used to be. Every time you see get break, unknown government, it's not happening under Tinubu again, because there's no more money to sponsor that. Buhari was doing that, and he was a silent genocider in the north. That's why may his soul rest in peace or whatever it may be. But he perpetuated what's actually happening in Nigeria. But the problem I have right now with our present government, not just present government, right from our Obasanjo time, Jonathan, they are not being proactive. They're just reacting. Look at where we are right now. All they do is reacting. Trump said, do something, but they are reacting. They're not taking action. Trump said you have to take action. I'm not here to say that Trump should tell us what to do. Don't misunderstand. But if that's what is going to take us to start acting instead of just reacting, let it be. Let it be. Up to today, we don't even have an ambassador. We don't even have an ambassador. You say you go over there to negotiate or whatever. I mean, almost about 2.5 years, there's no ambassador. What does that tell you about our foreign policy? Doesn't that define who we are even in our internal policy? I think something. I don't know what's wrong with Africa general. Okay, maybe we need to wake up. We're supposed to be an example of the black nation, but we are not there. People talk about resources. Who's they are coming to take care of it? Trump is not coming to take care of resources. No, it's not. That's my own opinion. It's not coming. I mean, he was even offered the earth mineral in Congo. He hasn't taken it. Of course, we know what happened in Ukraine. They have signed a part or whatever. He's not coming to take care. In my own opinion, Trump doesn't care about. He doesn't care about. He doesn't care about.
Man of Prestige, sorry, please. Let me just tell you this. Even if they want to come in an organized manner, is that not better?
Well, it's just violation of international sovereignty. That's the way I look at it.
No. I mean, it has to be in conjunction with the government of the day. But if they can come in as a foreign investor and do it in an organized manner, is it not better? Today,
how they going to do it? But remember, everybody's going to be a pair if they decide to come in. I mean, is it going to be a targeted?
No. My point is this, right? Today, as we speak, those rare earth minerals are being carted away from Nigeria, including our gold.
You got a point in that. Yeah. Who's benefiting from all our mineral? Whatever we have, the so-called oil and everything. This is supposed to be
the bandits. Right.
This is supposed to be a collective.
I agree.
Hold on. Our mineral, our natural resources is supposed to be a collective right. But the elite and the corporate and the so-called whatever, they are the one benefiting for the so-called natural resources that we have. The common people, we are not benefiting from it. It's just the elite and the corporate people benefiting. And you hear saying Trump is coming to take care of natural resources.
All right, Prestige, bring it home and then we'll move it round.
Okay, thank you very much. So, but anyway, if that's going to bolster Nigeria to do the needful, so be it. I'm in support of it. Whether the threat or whether, but I mean, in my own opinion, it's just a threat for us to do the right thing. Hopefully, we can start. We can start doing the right thing instead of just reacting. We have to instead of reacting. What we are doing right now. We need to change our. We need to change our method of government and something like that. Because life is at stake in Nigeria because this has been happening. So I'm not going to put it on Tinubu or whatever. This has been happening 10 or 20 years, long time ago. So it's about time we wake up. If it's going to take, in summary, it's going to take what Trump tried to push out to do the right thing. Let the government sit up and take a decisive action and protect their citizenship. Because that's the number one function of the government, the welfare of the people and protection of life, of each citizen. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So we do it in this order still. We go to Remy next, 5 minutes monologue. We go to Midwest, and then Comrade Omori is with us as well. So we try to be as orderly and quick as with it as we can. So Remy, you're up next. The Chinese and the European Union back in Nigeria, but is that necessarily a good thing?
Yeah, those just came in. One man, they just came in. It's supposed to be my turn. I only have 1 or 2 minutes.
I think Remy came before you, but if you're pushed for time, do you mind, Remy, if he goes first?
Yeah, please.
No. Let me.
But Remy was here now before Omori. Come on.
Yeah, Remy was here before Omori, yes.
All right, let it go on. I didn't want to.
Okay, it's good to be here once again, and hello to everyone. I'm totally in support of the Chinese defending Nigeria or the EU, because China also have a big interest in Nigeria in terms of infrastructure and in terms of military agreement. If you don't know, Nigeria bought a JT-17 aircraft from China. I think it's about 4 or 5, which the Chinese use with the Pakistani to defeat the Indians, backed by Americans and the British just a few months ago. So the Chinese are also looking at their investment in West Africa, which is huge and massive. And they don't want a situation whereby another superpower will just come in and then dictate just like they used to dictate. Actually, to be frank with you, I would love America to support Nigeria in fighting this insecurity. But putting their boot on ground, no. That will not augur well for Nigeria, considering the complexity and the volatility of Nigeria in terms of ethnicity, tribe, and religion. If you are doing that, you will not be able to handle Nigeria because of this divisiveness among the major tribes. So, and I'm also looking at if they put the boot on the ground and there is a civil war in Nigeria, then the whole West Africa will be in turmoil, in a big trouble. Just consider 5 million people from Lagos moving to Kuton. Consider 5 million people or refugees moving to Ghana or wherever. What resources do they have in this small country to contain these Nigerians moving around? So I think, and I also think that most of this Western power, they always play double game. You've seen that Nigeria have insecurity problems since 2010. What did you do? Nothing. And then it's all about interest. To me, I believe that we caused the problem by ourselves, especially our northern leaders, especially from Northwest and Northeast, and also the North Central as well too. And the Southeast we should also be included, because we cannot just say that anything that's happening in the North, then we include. We don't want to talk about the Southeast. There is a lot
stay,
of
stay on topic. Stay on topic. If you can stay on topic. We are talking about killing of Christians in the North. Stay on topic.
Let him hear his view. Let him hear his view. Let him hear his view.
I don't know why you are agitated unnecessarily. If you want to solve an issue that covers the whole of the country, then you have to take all the problem and the issue along together. You cannot tell me that as an average Nigerian, I see what is happening in the Southeast and I'm happy about it. No, never. No matter what our differences, we are still brothers and sisters. If we must tell ourselves the truth, we must take everything along. So I will welcome the Americans in terms of support, in terms of intelligence, in terms of sending us equipment. So I totally agree for the EU and China to come. But mind you, though they are also coming because of their interest, most of the big European countries, they have a big interest in Nigeria in terms of investment. So they cannot just allow their investment to just ruin like that. And they also have to look at the population of Nigeria that have a big spending power in buying a lot of stuff. France sell a lot of wine to Nigeria, and apart, they also have a lot of big industries like SEOA and CFAO and the rest in Nigeria. So many of them are into mining and the rest. So, but at the end of the day, I think this is a very good opportunity for the president now to find a way to curtail this insecurity. I'm happy now that because for the last 2 or 3 weeks, there's been a lot of success story from our military, especially fighting in the Northwest and Northeast and against the bandit and the terrorists. Just 2 or 3 days, yesterday or 2 days ago, they fire about 20 people, terrorists and the rest. I think this is the best time if you truly love that country and you are a patriotic Nigerian. This is better the whole hands must be on deck to support the government in rooting out this insecurity once and for all. And I'm also an advocacy of regional government. Because as it stands today, if we continue to this federal system we are practicing, I think it's totally deviate from what it's supposed to achieve. Because at the end of the day, some people are working, while some people just sitting down lazy there collecting a lot of money. So if we practice true federalism and regional government with total resource control or probably 60% resource control, all this agitation will die down.
Remy, can I add something?
Go ahead.
You mentioned something about China. I don't think China, has a limited leverage, to block US from any kind of sanction on invasion. We have a military pact with them in terms of intelligence, but anything about try to fight on behalf of us, I don't think that's possible. What do you think? Did you take it from that angle?
I'm not saying China will fight in front for Nigeria, but I can guarantee you that what America used to do by supplying you intelligence, military equipment, China also have the same. They can also supply you to fight this insurgency. And they have more stake than America nowadays. If you look at the West Africa or Africa as a whole, China have invested a lot in road, in infrastructure, even more than America when you put them side by side in the last 10 years. So when you look at it, who has more investment in Africa between the two?
Remy, have you seen a Chinese soldier before on African soil?
I wanted to ask him that.
Yes, can I answer your question?
You don't need the soldier from foot.
Let me answer your question. If you are looking at it from the way that America will just go to any other country and just bamboo the leader, you will not see them. But in terms of peace development, there are so many of the Chinese military sent to countries like Zambia, especially in East and Southern Africa, for United Nations peace involvement. They have been involved a long time, so many. So, but in terms of using force, because they consider their own foreign policy to be like, it's better we do business and we do not interfere with the local politics of that country. That is their own foreign policy.
Non-alignment.
In terms of military might or something like that, though you might not say they are totally not at par with America, but I think they are about 80 to 100% to America because they have really improved. Thank you.
Why are they talking about America not coming? Is it just
Can we let him finish? Because I got half an hour before I go back to work, if that's all right. Yeah, I'll wait for my turn, yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry?
West. You want to ask me a question?
Remy, so you believe, take for example, America decided to deploy their soldier, then the Chinese will not go and deploy their soldiers as well to stop America not to operate in our country. You believe that?
First and foremost, let me tell you something. America, too, will never deploy any soldier to Nigeria in terms of fighting, maybe just want to invade Nigeria. But maybe what they can do, maybe send soldiers to go and kill the terrorists. That's what they can do. But in terms of invasion, they cannot do that because they also have a big stake in Nigeria. They are not stupid as well.
No, America didn't say they will invade Nigeria. They never said so. They said they are coming to protect the Christian and make sure they deal with these bad guys. And in doing so they're going to have military base.
So do you think if truly they are coming to kill all these terrorists and the rest, what stopped them 10 years ago, 15 years ago, so many years ago? Why did they not help Nigeria? Why is it now?
Trump is different because Trump is different. We're talking about Trump.
Remy, according to the interest that they do have. It's all about interest.
Wait.
So
can you all wait for your turn?
All right. Hold on. Remy land it and then we'll move it on. I think other people are impatient to speak.
Everybody, you must have it at your left hand that geopolitics, international diplomacy, it's all about interest. And an interest, you have to look at the economic factor you are going to get. Nobody's going to help you for nothing's sake. Put that one behind in your left hand where you don't use it to eat your food. So whoever is coming to you, whoever is telling you that, I'm coming to fight insecurity, which is a lie. There is something behind it. But in terms of, okay, fine, I want to cooperate, give Nigeria intelligence, give us more military equipment to fight these people. I welcome that one. But putting the boot on ground in Nigeria, I totally disagree. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So next up, Comrade Omoruyi, so it's like a 5-minute monologue from you, the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I may not even take up to 5 minutes. Greetings to everybody on the panel and our esteemed audience across the globe. My man, I must confess today, this is the best I'm getting from your show. Sometimes when I'm back coming to your show, I get scared of intimidation and repression. But today, the way you, from your intro to the way Baba spoke, I think I'm very, very grateful that we are beginning to find a common ground. Unlike when this issue started, people were busy.
No, don't worry, we will get back to Igbo bashing soon enough. That's the main. That's the maker.
Please, whatever I can do for you. If we continue this trajectory, there is no doubt we are heading for a huge success. So I'm surprised. I was wondering, was that man talking or somebody? He delegated somebody to do the intro for him, and Baba just took it to a different level altogether. From beginning to the end, no element of tribalism, no element of sentiment, no element of politics. He was just hitting the nail on the head. The way it's supposed to be. If we continue in this trajectory, I think there will be light at the end of the tunnel. Please, I'm so happy. I must confess. If we continue, please, I don't know if you can, whatever you want us to do, tell us what we will do to make it continue in this regard, so that we can begin to make an impact. This is better than bashing. What do we get from bashing? We have been bashing ourselves before the Civil War. After the Civil War, I thought the bashing will reduce. Some people have just escalated it. It's not helping anybody. Having said that, some people are making like yesterday, a caption you put on like somebody that lost the election is going to America. I'm like, oh, I was almost coming with a handcuff to come and restrain the person, but there was nothing related to the person you were alluding to. The person was not in the picture. Even the videos you show, the particular person was not there. So enough of this, politics. It's time to reduce. I'm not saying we should not play politics. Reduce the tempo of politics this time around and provide solution to the issue at stake. From everybody that has spoken, apart from that guy that was boasting and being arrogant that nobody can defeat Fulani. This is not about anybody defeating. How was the percentage of Fulani in Nigeria? For the fact that Buhari opened the borders for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come into Nigeria for the purpose of 2015 election does not give you a right to feel you are more powerful. Don't even make the mistake of what Madam Foto achieved in the past. Times have changed. Today's story is different. So don't rely on this egoistic posture that nobody can defeat. Nobody has ever defeated Fulani. Nobody can defeat Fulani. This is not it's not going to be the wall of bows and arrow. Nobody prays for war at this time. And again, I would just want to talk about China and EU supporting Nigeria. It's good to tell America that, to remind America that Nigeria is a sovereign nation and all that. But if you think Chinese is coming to protect any Nigeria or protect our interests, no, they're coming for their own interests. So we don't want armed proliferation in Nigeria. Once they come, even as I speak to you now, are you not surprised that as tough as Zamfara is, as dangerous information as we are hearing from Zamfara, the Chinese companies are busy cutting away with our resources. They just come in to give some people arms to protect their business interests, while others will be busy. They will be bringing arms for us to kill ourselves. This was the reason why I like what Shogore did yesterday, though I didn't agree with him completely. I think he was speaking from the angle of patriotism, that we should stand up and fight for our right. No nation will come and fight for us because they don't even love us in the first place. Their greatest interest in our area is the resources. So if it takes Donald Trump, the bully, to come and wake our leaders up from slumber, I think there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't want them coming to fight, pretending that they're coming to assist us. I don't want a repeat of what happened in the Civil War. Some people will be saying they're fighting, they're supporting Nigeria. The other one were saying they're supporting Biafra. And some were looking for a way to sell their arms, and we were using the arms to kill our brothers and sisters. Were using the arms to kill themselves. We don't want a repeat of that. We don't want to end up on the wrong side of history if you refuse to learn. And again, when people were like, this is an opportunity for Tinubu to ask. For the past 2 months, I've been coming on this platform to say, Buhari, it was obvious that Buhari wasn't ready to act. He made it open that any attack on banditry and Boko Haram was an attack on the Northerners. He didn't hide it. But my worry was that now that we have a certain brother, a certain president, who has a list of some, DSS officials that were not supposed to put their face out to say what they did, you have that list. The guy said to us, he came out to say there were some people in the government, in the House of the National Assembly. Most of them today are governors. What are we doing with that list? If you cannot rely on the list of what you conducted in Nigeria, there was a list sent from UAE. What are we doing with that list? I'm not seeing anybody being arrested. I'm not seeing anybody being prosecuted. I'm not seeing anybody being questioned. So if it takes a bully from America to us to act in that regard without playing too much politics, the response I got here was not too, palatable. Some people were like, if he does that right now, he will lose his election. I mean, it's good to win election. But if it's only one day you spend it and do the right thing, no matter who else is God. Take the bull by the horn. Deal with them squarely so that we can begin to move forward. Thank you.
All right, excellently put, and within the time as well. So up next is Midwest people, Midwest, Floyd shows, and then after Midwest, we can just open it up to a generalized conversation. Midwest.
Yeah, can I come in after Midwest, please? Because I got to go, my man. All right.
Okay, Midwest, flash yours. All right, we don't appear to fully have Midwest, so Al, you can take the floor. Al.
Okay, first of all, I don't want this to be, because obviously the show is not about Fulani bashing. One man, if you want to make shows, 10, 20, 100 shows, just like the rest of the whole Nigeria, about bashing Fulani, you can do it. But today, we just stick to the topic. I just want to make a couple of objections. Baba T said Fulani have problem in Senegal, Sierra Leone, and so on. That's not true. That's the region I come from. In fact, Senegal, there's only 3 tribes are the original owners.
Baba is different from Babati. We are two
Okay.
different
Baba.
people. But
My bad.
Babati is my body. Yeah.
My bad. The Senegambian region, from Gambia to Senegal, there's only 3 tribes that are the owners. Like when you say Yorubas are the owners of the Southwest. It's the Serere, Serer tribe, the Jola tribe that's trying to keep Casamas, that's their own region. Yeah, these are the only tribe that actually have region in Senegambia. The Fulani, or Fula, because I don't know why you call us Fulani. The original name for us is Fula, Fullah. But the Fula, the Serere, and the Jola, these are the 3 people who are the people actually native to Senegal. Any other tribe that actually you find in Senegal are not from there. The Olof came, in fact, the Olof are the last tribe that came to Senegal from Sudan. They don't belong, but we actually accommodate them, right? And when you talk about the main issue we have in the Sahel, northern Nigeria is part of the Sahel. I said that long time ago. I agree. The leadership of the Hausa Fulani, Kanuris, and Nupe, because it's only just Fulani in the north. Let's be honest. Let's stop making this as a tribal thing. There's a lot of other tribes who were part of the elite who ruled Nigeria from the north and who are still, governors. These people have failed the north. I totally agree. Based on what I'm seeing from the outside, they have failed their people. Because, in fact, if one of the fastest growing population in Africa today is around that region. And you got thousands of jobless people, as Baba said earlier. These guys ain't got no work. And these jihadis have came down, who were sponsored, we all know, by the US. Because it's a known fact. The guy the other day trying to argue, saying, oh, when Trump came, they're trying to expose this. But the CIA policies don't change. You can change the arms of government.
Sorry, Al, you still have the floor, and just hold your floor for a moment. I'm going to drop for about 20 minutes thereabout. Hopefully, Ola can come in, but whilst somebody comes in to host, just manage the conversation amongst yourself. Back to you,
Okay,
Al.
Okay, thank you, Waman. So it is really funny situation you find in yourself in Nigeria, which is really sad. For a big nation, great people, you got highly educated class in the country, and you find yourself in the middle of tribalism, which I think is the biggest problem that you have. And also the Arabization of the Sahel over the centuries. And also we have the far right Christians who have came to the coastal region in West Africa, who spread Christianity. Now we have 2 foreign religions, been used to divide us as people. It is really sad. I don't know how we can solve this problem. We had tribal problems in the past, but we managed to deal with it because we're very communal people. And we all know, the cow herders of that you see, so-called the real cow herders that they don't commit, they don't do violence. It's this jihadists who are posing as cattle herders, and also majority of them. I saw the documentary in Zamfara. They're cattle rustlers. They would take cattle from Fulani and seize it and use these cattle to go down to the middle belt and kill innocent African. Forget about Christians or Muslim. Listen, I see my African brothers first before any religion. This religion that they brought to Africa from the Arabs, who actually have killed our people in a large scale, and the Europeans. Look at where it's getting us. What is the solution? But the problem we have now, we have entrenched tribalism in Nigeria. That's what you have. The sort of tribal issue that you have in Nigeria, I do not heard or see it anywhere else in the whole continent. And you are the most educated West Africans in terms of numbers. And the elite, I don't know how they manage to capitalize on this, to use the nation. This is exactly, to be honest, I see African leaders, including governors and presidents across Africa, as slave masters. These are slave masters, period. They're no different to the people that slaved our ancestors years ago. And the reality is, yeah, Fulani, as I said, I'm not sitting there boasting about Fulani, this. I don't care. I'm half Fulani, half Mandinka, yeah? The reason why I'm like this is because of a tribal war that went on between the two tribes. Now, the Mandinka are the largest ethnic group in West Africa in terms, and they were very...
Sorry. Can I butt in a
Oh,
little
God.
bit?
Yes.
I
Very
think
quick, though, because I got to go. Yeah.
I think the issue has to be with some of our northern leaders, especially the
Yes.
northwest and northeast, because you cannot have over 10 million out of school children roaming about the street doing nothing. And like
You can
said,
come back to that.
these two religions were brought from other countries. It does not suit Africa at all. And
No.
I don't also understand why some set of leaders in this region
Yes.
we allow this insecurity to further to this extent that they have by thousands of people, whether they are Muslims or Christian. Actually, both religions are just pretender. They are the one causing all this trouble.
Killing us. Look at what they're doing in Sudan, my brother. Look at what they're doing in Sudan. Who are killing people?
I don't want to talk about Sudan. When you look at everything, look at the genocide. Sometimes this double standard or this Western world play. Unfortunately, like I said, maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday, that we have to ourselves to blame because we cannot say in 2025 we cannot fix our problem. So in 2025 we must be able to. We have a lot of people in Nigeria that are highly educated and they have had a lot of important positions around the globe. We must handle our diplomacy very well. How come in 2025 we cannot manufacture our guns?
Yes, I agree. Let me just get to the point quick. Yeah, see, the type of Islam that the Fulani in far west follow, like where it's Senegal, Guinea, Ivory Coast, and like that part of the region where majority of the Fulani settle, where the ancestral home from, is what they call, and the Mali is what they call Malikiya and Tijaniya Islam, which is very moderate. You know, it tolerates Christians and non-Islamic people and basically an African tradition. And that's how we live in our region. We have people that don't believe in God. They still follow the African ways. They live among us. Some of them are family members. We have people, I know people are like that. They don't believe in Islam at all, who are Fulani, Fula. I know Fula people are Christians in my region. I know Fula people are Muslims.
But to be frank with you, the way you are looking at it is totally different from Nigerian context.
I know. And so, this is what I'm trying to get to, my brother. What I record is Northern Nigeria is part of the Sahel. We're not from the Sahel. We're from the far west, right? It's slightly different. The Sahel is a bridge.
Whatever you are going to say, you cannot take out the reality that some of these people they brought some people from some of this country, maybe Chad, Nigeria, and the rest, to come and foment trouble. And we can lay our hands on some of our leaders in Nigeria too. And then we can also not rule out external forces. I mean, the Western world also.
Possibly. I don't like to speculate. You see me. The problem with online, a lot of these online things about what they do is all speculation. Because if you don't listen to the authorities that are dealing with this fact and have the data, I don't like speculating. You see, all I'm trying to say is the type of Islam that's been followed in Nigeria and the proximity of those.
Let me bust your bubble, please. Just indulge me for 30 seconds. Take this scenario. Take this scenario. 300 people, rifle carrying marauders, riding on motorbike, invading a community in a country where we have platoons, battalions, companies of soldiers, and nothing happens.
It's wrong.
300 people on motorbike.
That's wrong. It's wrong. It's the same.
That clearly shows that. That clearly shows that some of the leaders in the northern part of the country are sponsoring them. How can you transfer kilometers of road? No, hold on, please. Kilometers of road on sometimes on what do you call it? On painted road. I mean,
dusty terrain. With dust billowing all over the place
and everything, transversing several communities, kilometers, and then nobody knows. And when they now finish whatever they are doing, they also went back and nobody stopped them. Come on, man. I think
it's a wheel.
Listen, calm down. So the southern part of Nigeria, they have a right to be agitated, to be angry and frustrated. If you are doing those stuff
I can see that.
that side, why bring it into the south again, where the farmers cannot plant their product in peace I mean, they're in peace. They also came down south. Look, they are overwhelming, especially in the southwest. It's been overwhelmed too much. Everybody is just coming there from the north, from the southwest, from the southeast, from the south. Everybody. The only place an average Nigerian can realize the dream is only Lagos. A country is not built just by only one state.
Okay, I know. I am related to the. I'm related to the Yorubas. I'm related to. I'm related to the Yorubas who migrated to Nigeria, who were the early settlers of Lagos. I know very well. And Lagos is a very prosperous city. It's the fifth largest economy in Africa, if you put it on its own. Yeah,
don't
and it's
worry,
very successful.
that's your Saro history. I will deal with it when we come again. Don't worry.
Okay. Ajayi Crowther is one of those. Yeah, you know, he's one of. But anyway, let me get to the point. Yeah, I'm listening.
Let me say this to you before that you can put everything together.
Okay.
See, maybe apologies to you. I was a little bit harsh this morning. We are not talking about your brand of Fulani because I listened to you, and we are not talking about your brand. There's the kind of brand we have in Nigeria. Those ones we have, even the ones that are putting on like normal clothes, they think like animals because it's only. I don't know. I don't know if you understand the gravity of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Look, my brother, it is so bad. I was born in Kano State, right? Okay. And I always tell people, and Kano is in the northwest part of Nigeria. It's a Fulani state. And I keep telling people that the difference between me and an Amajiri is I just my parents.
Okay.
I just my parents. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you see, we have a system where you have to keep your people oppressed, right? But I think that what is criminal, what is wickedness, is keeping your people in poverty.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't get it because
that is where you don't want them to learn anything. So there is no way you're going to have that amount of out of school children, and they won't be available for vices like Boko Haram and all that. You know, I mean, these guys are coming in maybe in 20s, but they have willing people to pick up here and there to make up bigger numbers, and they go commit these heinous crimes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
These same people have been in power the most in Nigeria.
Right.
At least one would, and let me tell you, even to date, even when the South are in power, they are in charge of the juicy positions. But you see these monies in different hands, but their people always stand on their gate to beg them for food. We have conquered that in the South. We have conquered that in the South. I'm not saying that the South is developed, but we can actually see that at least in the South, these opportunities are there. You have this opportunity. You understand what I'm saying?
It's disappointing, but yeah, I totally understand you, bro. I can see
it's painful. It's painful.
Yeah, it's painful. I totally understand. I think the Hausa, Fulani, and Kanuri and Nupe leaders in the north, as I said, have failed their people. But what I'm trying to say is how. If for example Nigeria was a normal country like other African countries, right, where you all and this cattle herders farmers problem was solved, and this Boko Haram is the people in the south would have been, I would have thought, I said that to one man before, that would have been that actually migrate to the north and change the perception and change starting from a lower level. You see Traore in Burkina Faso, you know, when he took power in Burkina Faso, he was struggling to fight these jihadists. He was losing more ground, but he realized he cannot continue fighting the way he is because he was looking slightly bit tribal. Since he appointed a Fulani guy as a military head of defense that controls the military, he is a Fulani guy that controls the Burkina Faso army as we speak. They call it chef d'état-major. Yeah, he's the one that went in there because he don't want to get involved in this thing, and he know the jihadists, the agenda in Africa. These are the like-minded people. You must have a lot of progressive Hausa, Fulani, Nupe, Kanuri brothers in the north that you guys need to work with against these people, other than what the Baba was saying, you have to root out the Fulanis in Nigeria, Tinubu should do this, should do that. That would not never ever work. Yeah. But
my
what
brother,
I'm trying to say is,
look, my brother, let me just put that. Look, this Fulani, we have been giving them a lot of chances. The only thing they have in their mind,
I don't want to be a defending Fulani. Let's
just wait a little bit. Just wait a little bit. There is no way we can work with these guys and achieve anything good. Let me tell you the reason. They have a plan. The plan is how to settle Fulanis across West Africa, in Nigeria. Let me tell you, in Guinea-Bissau, where the Usman Dafodo came from, Fulani is a nobody. They are minor tribe. They cannot even smell the government. In Mali, you just mentioned Burkina Faso.
The president, no. The president of Guinea-Bissau is a Fulani, Sissoko Embalo. He's the one that gave Tinubu the ECOWAS chairmanship. If you don't know,
I don't believe so, because I believe maybe they just wait.
Okay, all right. God.
Wait.
All right. Okay.
Wait. Maybe they just favor him, but Fulani actually doesn't have population in Guinea-Bissau. They are just nobody. Okay. Let me count before you. Let's speak as we go.
Guinea-Bissau was part of Guinea, right? There's a Fulani guy called Boubacar Biro. Boubacar Biro, he just like what you see Adamawa in Cameroon. Boubacar Biro, he's the one that annexed Guinea-Bissau from Guinea during the times of the Portuguese invasion. So he's the one that took Guinea-Bissau out of Guinea Republic. So you actually are totally wrong. Guinea-Bissau is basically a Fulani state. Sierra Leone is a Fulani and Mandingo state. Guinea is a Fulani and Mandingo state. Ivory Coast is a Mandingo state with all West Africans from the far region, except Nigerian tribes. The only tribes you find in Ivory Coast today are non-Nigerian, but all the other tribes in Guinea, Sierra Leone, all the ones that you see made up of Ivory Coast, right? And that's because of a Mandingo guy called Almami Samuel Touré. This is an old problem that we have in the region, my brother. The Fulani and the West African Muslims, when the Mali Empire crumbled, some of the warriors from the Mali Empire who have the military know-how, they're the one that expanded, and came settling the coast along the entire West Africa, including northern Ghana. Yeah. And what I'm saying is to you is, it's not about tribe. Let's leave these things alone. I would just give Guinea-Bissau, the president is Fulani. The Sierra Leone, the vice president is Fulani. In Guinea, the prime minister is Fulani after the military guy. In Senegal, the Serere guy, who is the guy now, he's actually sub-Fulani group. Yeah. And also Gambia, the president, his mother is Fulani, his father is Mandinka. Let's put that aside. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Tinubu knows. He knows the reason why Tinubu struggled with this ECOWAS drama during his tenure now is because the guy called Macky Sall in Senegal is no longer there as an assistant, because that would have been a #1 ally instead of the president of Guinea-Bissau. Yeah. But the reality is, we need to step away from this tribal issue. We need to look beyond tribe. We need to look at the problems and this elite who are doing this damage to our African brothers and sisters, and actually get them out of power and replace them with more moderate, Fulani-minded, Yoruba-minded, Igbo-minded people. This is the reason one man knows. I'm not from Nigeria. I'm Sierra Leonean. But when I saw Peter Obi doing this, it came up as because I saw the guy as a liberal. I saw the guy as a progressive. He's young. I was telling every Nigerian, every Fulani that I met, every Hausa person I know around there, I'm like, get back home and talk to your people about this guy, because I see him as someone who is a breath of fresh air, who could rule Africa's most populated country and make our whole situation better. Yeah, but then when he was declared non-winner, I'm like, okay, let's give the current president of Nigeria a chance, because if Nigeria there's 3 countries in West Africa that are the most relevant. It's Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Senegal. Okay, these are the 3 most relevant countries in Africa. If these countries are prosperous, we can all move there and actually be better our life. I will never forget the help Nigerians did for Sierra Leoneans. Even though I talk about Sierra Leonean Yorubas who moved to Lagos and Rivers, I will never forget the help that you Nigerians done for Sierra Leoneans during the war. Right? When everybody abandoned us, Nigeria and Britain, but first of all, the Guinean military. Look at Guinea, where Fulanese actually come from. Guinea, if you look at their military readiness, only America you can compare with Guinea when it comes to military readiness to defend any problems. So Nigeria need to strengthen their military and their borders. And there's no way, if Nigeria had a strong security who would deal with this stuff and have Fulanis in the northwest region, strong Fulani military guys in the northwest region who actually are totally against this. I can see the separation of their people in the military, to deal with them. I think you should find someone from that region with a Fulani who's ready to do it, who will go and wipe out these guys and chase them back to the Sahel because they're killing Fulani from Nigeria. This is not me saying it.
Can I interject you?
Yeah, very quick, my brother. Yes.
Yes, yeah. But what the point you are missing is we're not Fulani generally. Your own Fulani, your brand. Somebody has already told you your brand of Fulani is different from the one we have in Nigeria that has this Utumadafodio conquest mentality. That is what is destabilizing the region. They want to eradicate every other person.
Very correct, comrade.
I never knew about Utumadafodio until I listened to Nigerian platform. I swear to my life, bro. I never heard about the guy.
Go and read about him. Go and read about him and know what his mission was.
But I never heard about him. So it's like even Modibo Adamawa, the guy that annexed Adamawa into obviously that annexed Northern Cameroon. I never heard of him. All I knew as a young child, it was about the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire, the some part of the Borno, and also the Takrur Kingdom, that the Fulani, which is the Takrur Kingdom and the Ghana Empire, which was side by side at the time, which are the two oldest empires in entire West Africa, right? That's before Arab people came to Europe, to Africa, before the Berber Tuareg came. The oldest two empires in West Africa are the Takrur, which is a Fulani one, and the Ghana Empire. But the Takrur Kingdom were oppressed by the Ghana Empire. So we had to break away. We allied with the Mandinka and destroyed that empire because they were selling so many black people to the Middle East as slaves. When you talk about white man slave in black man, if you read the Ghana Empire, the amount of black people that was sold to the Middle East from Ghana Empire, Ghana, from that empire, you would never, it's millions of people that were sold to the Arabs, right? And the Fulani and the Mandinka people said, no, this is not right. We can't do this to our people. So they destroyed that empire and they built the Mali Empire, right? And then the Mali Empire became successful until obviously Mansa Musa patrolling the world, showing off, and they came for our gold. And the Arabs and the Berber Tuareg start coming in and they obviously start destroying and settling in the region. But the reality is, we need to look beyond this because you cannot build a country based on tribalistic ideology. It will never happen. It's never been done anywhere in the world. I don't think it will ever be successful in Nigeria. I just want it better for you guys because right now, as we're talking, if you have a war there, you're going to be coming to our countries and we know what you guys are saying about us. And it's not going to be nice because I know I speak to a lot of people who are not Fulani.
I think I disagree with you. We can build country based on tribes. Because every ethnic group, we have a major business. So like everyone have been saying, I think it's the right opportunity that we disembark that business empire built by the British. So nobody wants to live with all this brand of Fulani that pipe people that want to hijack resources, that if they won't allow them to dominate, that they are ready to finish everybody. So ethnicity, a country can be built around language because any group or tribe we are talking about, it's all about the language. So
may I come in, please, Ola? I think we are missing.
So Mona still give me some monologue time. I want to hear my own. Baba, you have said a lot. Let me also say something. I've listened to you several times, but I've not said
Hold on, Midwest. I'm granting Baba the right of
no, allow Midwest to go on. I'll come in later.
Okay.
No, Baba, you can continue. If that's what you say, you can say what.
No. Please go ahead. By all means, go ahead. Please.
Thank you, Baba. I really enjoyed your submission today. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you. I've listened to everybody, Baba. Thank you for your submission. You see, the thing is this: we as a Nigerian, the question we should ask ourselves: what exactly is our interest? Is it an interest for we to really develop ourselves, grow as a nation, come together and build a place where that can be conducive for everybody? Then I think this is a very great opportunity to do that. The European Union that said they are coming. They know their interest, and we Nigerians, we don't know. The Chinese themselves, although we may perceive we know their interest, but how they're going to achieve it, we don't know. The Chinese themselves, they have their own interest. Perhaps we might at the same time perceive how their own interests and say this is what these guys want. The America, the same thing. All I will say in all of them, we just have to thank them. I think we have come to a point where we have to realize that the government itself, the Nigeria government, is the real problem. For years, they have not been serious, and that is why nobody was willing to help them. Imagine when Tinubu came to power recently, somebody was confessing that, look, when we want to truncate Jonathan administration, we brought in these guys. Up to today, nobody has arrested such people. Nobody has questioned them. It's just like the killing. It's just normal. We lost 200 citizens at the same day. The president went, everything become a jamboree. And at the end, within his own speech, he said the people should learn how to live with these guys. There was no solution. They even persuaded him of recently, these guys were harmed to teeth.
The president did not say learn to live with them. He did not say something.
He said it. He said,
let them live with their neighbors.
Let me know my point, please.
We are
not here to defend anybody. Either we are serious, or the people take advantage of us. So, because Remy,
what I'm trying to say, the context of what you are using is
unfair. What, Remy? My network is having problem. You guys hearing me? Okay. Look, at the moment.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. The government, these guys were harmed to teeth. They came out openly. It means there are people that know where they stay, know where they gather. It has a link and communication with them. And we have deployed army to the fullness of the country. And yet these guys, people have this link. They can reach out to them. They cut them out. And majority, some of them, the high level of them, they came out and they were negotiating with the security agent and romancing with the government officials. And at the end, they left with their arms to their base to tell you the level of unseriousness of our leaders. Let us be honest. Trump, may God bless him, is a leader that we deserve globally at this moment. And he's doing his job. Because if he were not to be there, I think by now maybe China would have invaded Taiwan. The same country that said they want to come and protect us. Can we learn from it? The thing is, we should be careful. Let's go back to that submission. This is the time we have to discuss regionalism. Because if we don't discuss it, we want this status quo of state to continue. That is not hardening up. The president record history is in a foreign country. The past leaders, the governors, political appointees, they don't attend medical care in Nigeria. Nothing. Their children and grandchildren are already in overseas studying. They always pretend to be the patriot of the country, whereas they are not a patriot in any way. All they are after is just to have free money.
Midwest, I totally agree to everything you said.
And the reason, look, even this tribalism, when the military was even ruling us, when we entered this democracy, 99, we were more united compared to the way we are today. Nobody talked down on anybody.
Hold on, step away.
It's echoing bad, isn't it?
What is that?
Midwest is echoing.
I'm echoing?
Yeah.
Is it me or Midwest?
You are diverting from the topic. You are shifting from the topic. Let's stay within the topic. We are talking of the issue. Let's forget about.
What I wanted to say, Ola, actually, is that we are missing a point here. Nigeria is in a unique, different position. We are not a nation. We are not a country of tribes. We are a country of national, ethnic nationalities. The Igbos is a nation. The Yoruba is a nation. The Edos, the Jaws, the Hausas. We are in a different look. In China, 91% are Han Chinese. That is why they can progress that fast. Yes, in India, the Hindus are more in numbers, so they can make some progress, not on the scale of China, but in Nigeria, because when we say ethnic nationality, if we take the Southwest, for instance, the Ijebus are a tribe, the Egbas are a tribe, Ekiti, they are a tribe, Oyo. So that's where Nigeria is different. It's a discordant kind of amalgamation.
So Baba, do you think because the Fulani came from the far west of Africa, like from like Guinea, Senegal, that because of that is the reason why they culturally struggling with the other groups? Because the reality is, the Fulani.
No. I think
let him land, please, with his point.
Because because the Fulani are Niger Congo people, okay, and the language that they speak is Niger Congo. And I mean, there's some Fulani that are heavily mixed with the Tuaregs, and then some Fulani that mixed with the Mande people. Because, like, when you say Fulani, for example, I don't know if you guys know that Fulani is not such thing as a race. It's more like a way of living, right? And there's different branch of them. Like for example, in Sierra Leone, the Mende people, who are the second largest tribe, they Mandingo Fulani. The Timni people in the north, they mainly like Bantu origin. They are the only different ethnicity in Sierra Leone, but they know they came from Congo.
Sorry to put in all this history that you have been conversing. Actually, we are not interested in that one. We have
all I'm trying to say is the ethnicity. It's when I'm countering to Baba. I'm countering to Baba. Okay, go on.
History, all this 14th century, what do you call it, Mansa Musa or whatever, or Sunga in the 9th century.
No, I'm telling you what causing the problems.
We are not interested in that one. What we are interested in is very simple. We have a big problem in our hand. Security has been ravaging our country, and it's getting out of hand. So, and we are trying to provide solution because it's quite clear that it's quite clear that Yoruba are totally different people from the northeast or northwest, and Igbo are totally different people from the south.
That's what I was trying to say, my brother. That's what I was trying to say. Yorubas are the Niger Benue people, right?
To provide solution to make it easier so that everybody will contribute.
I think you're right. I think Nigeria should be a region. They should be a region because of the differences that they have. I totally agree with that. And I did said that to one of my friends, one of my Hausa neighbor years ago. I said the best thing you should do, you should turn that country into different regions, because the northern Nigerians are Sahelian people. You know, it's very hard to change these people. It's very, very hard. It's not just Fulani or this and that. The entire region, because they got people just talk about Hausa and Fulani or Hausa Fulani, but there's so many tribes in northern Nigeria who trace their ancestors back from the Senegambian region. You know, the Songhai are there.
From the northeast, they are not Hausa people. They are totally different.
No, even in the northwest, that's the reason why when the Fulani guy want to be president, even if he doesn't get, for example, enough vote from the Hausa, but he will get vote from the other minority tribes that live in the north who are related to them. It's a very complex region. Northern Nigeria it was part of the Niger Republic, was part of the Mali Empire. It was an empire that was built. That's what I was trying to say. That's all. But anyway, let's move on. The reality is the Nigerian problem. I don't think it is mainly religious problem. I think it's partly it's religious. I think, but
it's a structural problem because of greed and wickedness of the so-called three majority tribe. They are desire. I'm still echoing.
It's bad.
I think okay.
Midwest, you are funny. It's not about three major tribes, too. When you look at when Jonathan became the president of this country from 2011 to about 2015, we see a lot of people from the south side that hold important position. And when you also just
I will counter you. Let me just counter you there. Somebody confessed that wait a moment now. When Jonathan was in power, that was when So let me leave and come back again. I don't know what happened to my sister.
Please, Midwest.
I do. What I'm trying to say is that I don't want us to talk about three major tribes here. All over Nigeria, most of the people that hold important position are all from the 6 regions that we have today. From the south, from the southeast. We have people that hold important position. Everybody have had their share of presidency. Whether immediately in independence, when we have Azikwe as the president, and good luck, Jonathan from the South House as president, and all of
What tribe? What tribe was
only
Goodluck Jonathan? What tribe was What tribe was Goodluck Jonathan?
From Bayelsa. He's
What tribe?
Ijo,
you see, well, stop there. You see, the Ijo tribe, we call them Kru in West Africa. The only tribe in Nigeria that is part of our ethnic group in Sierra Leone and Liberia is the Ijo tribe. We are more related to them that find themselves in the Niger Delta than we are related to the entire ethnic group, including the Hausa. The Fulani and the Ijo have more connection when it comes to genetics.
Okay, why are the Jaws not giving us problem on the scale?
Yeah, it's Arabization. It's Arabization of the Sahel.
That is the point.
And that needs to stop. That needs to stop.
Because the Jaws are in Lagos. They arrive in Lagos very early with the largest.
They see people. They're fishermen.
Please, I want to step away. I don't know who is going to take over while I'm away.
So yeah, no problem.
Do you want to moderate?
No problem. Thank you.
Ola, are you coming back?
It may be like it may be up to 1 hour before I return, or less than that.
Don't worry.
Okay, even me, I'm gonna step.
Before we manage it.
So I need to go for a meeting, but I'll be back. But I need to go for a meeting now.
Oh, okay.
No problem. No problem. Yeah.
Let us make it conversational. I don't know your name. AI. I'm forgetting.
Al.
Let's make it conversational so that everybody will pitch in, and
no problem.
That will be more better. So let's.
Adewale is on too.
Is my system okay now? Is this the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Midwest. You haven't spoken. Yeah, go on.
The thing I want to say is this, my brother. You see, that country is a structural problem and also a foundational problem. But because of greed, our leaders, who happens to become the majority, and I think it's the British who created it that way, and originally it wasn't so, and they feel they are entitled to rule the country. And the process of doing that, the three of them, they don't even trust themselves. Because the Northerners, this Fulani you're talking about, they learned a very terrible lesson at the early stage of this country. And when it comes to power, they believe they cannot in any way relent, except they're in position of authority when it comes to that country. And that is a very big issue. Instead of us to agree to say, look, there's no way we can govern ourselves like this. Other people, because even the minority is major than the majority, if they are popular.
Is it Fulani man the president now? Midwest, is a Fulani guy the president now?
No. The president now is a Yoruba person. He's from the south.
Oh, okay.
So
was it a Fulani guy that was there before Buhari?
No, Buhari is a Fulani. The guy that was there before.
No, but was Jonathan? Jonathan, right? Was Jonathan
Fulani? Yaradua was a Fulani.
Yes, he's a Fulani. He was a Fulani. Yeah.
The Yoruba. Let me just land my point. This guy Jonathan from South is from Ijo. The mistake of Jonathan, I want to tell you, he did not see the strength of the South people. Instead of him having a policy to really unite these people so they can see themselves as one, so they can speak truth to power, rather he was trying to fix the entire general problem of the country. And if these guys, what the rest people did, majority of them, I can say Southwest, some of their leader, even within the South and the northern part, they went and start importing these guys that are not buying Nigerians to destabilize that.
That's because of the Sahel. Again, because of the Sahel.
No, wait, let me land it.
I want to say this. See, that 2015 election, whether you do it more than 20 times, Jonathan will lose. Because he didn't rule very well. He didn't perform very well. People from nowhere, like that. Nobody. Let me tell you why he's going to lose that election. Quickly, I'll tell you why he's going to lose that election. Because Yaradua, it was the turn of the North. And when Yaradua died and he became the president, everybody voted for him in 2011 to spend another 4 years. In total, making it 6 years. And he wanted to go for another one. It would never happen. Let's be factual.
Okay. Yeah. No, I totally.
No matter what happens.
I disagree with him. I have a question for you guys.
Why?
I disagree with him. Let me just round off.
Why?
You see that when Jonathan was there, Jonathan was trying to look at the problem of Nigeria only on the basis as an economic challenges, that if we got it right economically, everything would be good. But when it come to power, he was blind. That was his blind spot. The hungriness or tastiness of this so-called Wazobia to always snatch power. The Northerners were willing to take it from him. Just exactly what they are trying to do when it comes to Tinubu as well. But the mistake is that some of the leaders, even from his own region, colluded with the Northerners, Southwest. They went and import this Fulani bandit to the country. And someone has just confessed to it recently that they did it. The government of Tinubu refused to arrest that person. They refused to question that person. They refused to investigate it. So how are we going to win this kind of fight?
Can you tell us the context of what you said?
When they brought these bad guys, let me land point Remy.
Let him land. It's almost finished. Let him land, my brother. It's almost finished.
When they brought these guys were destabilizing Jonathan administration. They kidnapped some young school girls. All the certain people out of their foolishness, they were saying, bring back our girls. They went to Obama. Obama seized on that. I don't know what he was trying to negotiate with Jonathan. It's something that have to do with gay and all those kind of things. These homosexual things that they were sponsoring in Africa. Jonathan did not agree with them, and they all turned against him. They removed him from power. You see it now. They just believe they are the one to, and we are very critical.
But Midwest, Nigeria got a system where the power rotates, which is actually is to keep the country as one, isn't it?
The power is not based on rotation. If it were rotation, Jonathan would have been the president. Let me just quickly enlighten me. Jonathan would have been the president. It was just
you almost finished now, though. All I'm saying is, if you don't have power rotation in Nigeria, the country will blow off. Simple as that.
No, apart from the power rotation, during Jonathan era, Nigeria was lucky because before he became president, Obasanjo left about 65 billion external reserve and 20 billion.
I don't want to hear what they left. None of them has ruled the country well. What's coming here to praise people?
Midwest, let him speak, man. Let him finish, Midwest, please.
And then during his time, we were lucky. We are selling a barrel of crude for $110. There's a lot of money in Nigeria. This guy was clueless. He didn't do a lot of infrastructure projects. He didn't create an enabling environment for opportunity for people to find jobs. People who are just siphoning.
See, Remy.
Let Remy. I think let Remy finish.
It is Obasanjo and Tinubu that is flawless, not Jonathan. You better describe Tinubu as a flawless president who refused to investigate the confession, open confession of that such. You understand me? Don't call Jonathan a flawless leader.
When you look at the fairness of everything, in fairness, if Yar'Adua did not die, Jonathan will never become president of that country. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's why I blame me.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with that.
I agree with him. Wait, my brother, I'm in Nigeria. He's 100% right on that. No tribe is 100% right on that with the structure on ground. No way. He's very right on that. And that is why we blame.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Instead of him to do the needful, he was looking at this guy. He was not ready to stand up. You understand me? Yeah. So he said he doesn't want Nigerians to lose their life, but we are dying in 260s today.
So are you also saying? If Tinubu wasn't a Muslim, he probably wouldn't be president of Nigeria right now? Are you saying that also?
See the reason? No. Because he's from the Yoruba. Is a large tribe in the south. You get what I'm saying?
This is why I was saying to you earlier. When you go back to history, the Yorubas and the Fulani and the Mandinka, they always have been trading, and people that trade over the years, they build what they call trust, right?
No, let's forget about those our
history,
African history, because it's very bad. Let's go to what is going on in our country. It is the British who make Yoruba a large tribe. It is the same British who help Igbo to be a large tribe. It is the British who make Hausa and Fulani a large tribe. They knew they cannot make Fulani a large tribe. They put them and they hide them behind the Fulani. And they hide them behind the Hausas. So when you want to study their history,
where did you get all these stories from? You're saying that British made Yoruba the largest. Where did you get the stories?
None of you will listen to the
Let's not make it about tribe.
Please,
Enlighten
let's
us
leave the
on
tribe business.
reference where you get that story from.
No, let's forget about it. Oyo is an empire, not Yoruba. We have to be honest. Was
Yeah,
Oyo
empires
ever
are
discovered?
different tribes.
I am not saying they were not connected, they were not one, but that name Yoruba became popular because of Ajay Crowder. And Oyo was silent.
From Sierra, thank you very much. From Sierra Leone, is a Sierra Leone Yoruba.
You know, the funniest thing is that even before they were named Yoruba, the tribe itself, one way or the other, they fight on one hand. The other side, they make up. They know they are related, and they also fight each other. So to say that, they don't even, they are not united.
Okay. Let's leave the tribe.
And I can start
Let's leave
you
the tribe
several.
business. I don't feel comfortable talking about tribes. The way I was brought up in my region, we don't talk about other tribes at all because it's very uncomfortable topic. You know, we just see each other.
Look, this is not about not
Allah,
talking. You know,
where are you from? Where are you from, if you
when
don't
you
mind?
leave,
Where are you from?
I'm from Sierra Leone.
listen,
Okay.
brother, when you leave the hard topic and you decided to go for soft stuff that, just a make-up story, and that's where the problem is. Talk about the hard issues. And religion or tribal, sometimes we have to talk about it because fact are fact. And, we like to dwell much on hearsay and rumor and stories.
I don't
And I
like
can tell you
speculation. I hate
categorically.
it.
My brother said that, the likes of European makes all this tribe more bigger than the other. No, they know they are related, but they also fight each other. And that is the point. That is the point. To say that they were.
But Adewale, what did Midway say that was wrong? I mean, he
Sorry?
said the Western country, make the three tribe more popular. They prioritize the three tribe more than any other tribe. I mean,
It's
what he
what
said was right.
it's what they found on the ground.
and
They
I
didn't
think,
put nobody popular. It's what they
and
found
I
on the
also think,
ground.
No,
and
you
I
are
also
right. You are wrong.
think,
You are wrong. Adewale, you are wrong on that. It's not what they make on ground.
No, it's
Those
what
who
they
fought
found on the
them,
ground that
no,
they
those
worked
wait,
on. It's not about them
those who
making
really
certain
wait, no,
tribe more bigger or popular.
Adewale, wait. Even the Western part you are talking about, those areas that put a fight against them, there is a way they affected them. All the studies of Yoruba reflect on your empire. But however, somehow, they almost silent it, history, description, and everything. So you should understand that yes, something happened. Why? They fought. The Benin fought. The Calabar fought. Even the whole Nigeria was found in Calabar land. So if they were not big, why should they go and be ruling us for over 14 years in that place? So we need to be honest about this fact, but we can't go there any longer. Let them restructure Nigeria or even state. Let state go to autonomous. Let them generate what they have and start solving their problem. I believe the Northerners have solution to this problem. They can use every means. Everybody hand should be on desk, not where few people go and sit down and they will just take decision. They don't look at the future. Recently, look at what happened, my brother. You are here. When Obasanjo was in power, they just decide to cancel history completely from our educational system. A country that doesn't study history, tell me where the next generation will never have problem. Today, we are not talking down on ourselves because we don't know where we are coming from. Recently, you know what they did? In exam, we have more than 200 or something languages in Nigeria. They now said it is only Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba that people will be writing in the national exam without any consultation. You can see the mindset. It's a mindset that always create problem. And
Midwest. I have a question. Do you think that if we had
what happened to
remained
the other tribes? What happened to the small tribes in Nigeria? Do they not count at all?
Hold on, my brother. Do you think if we had remained a federal state and we allow the region or states to control what they have in terms of resources, we would not be where we are today?
We would have grown faster than this because if we contribute to the FENDRA like 50% from every region, there will be enough in the FENDRA. There will no need for power stronghold.
Somebody mentioned that the problem we have is a structural problem.
However, I think if Nigeria to move forward, we all get emotional and all this stuff, but I think the southeastern issue, should be dealt with. The southeast issue should be dealt with because don't forget,
southeast problem is a self-inflicted problem, and no other person is going to solve it for them.
except themselves.
Hey,
No, but
so
I
I'm
think
gonna
no,
try to
I
finish
don't
up.
think that's fair. I don't think
It
that's
is
fair.
there. It is
If
there,
if
and I will tell you this.
I think
Adewale, I think
I
you are
think
completely wrong on that.
And I'll tell you this.
We are talking about one
I think
Nigerian nurse, and we are
No, no,
talking
no,
about how
yeah.
no,
to
If
solve
you're
the
going
problem in
no,
the north.
no.
So why would
Let
the
me,
southeast
let
be
me,
precluded from
let
being
me,
a national issue?
let me
Adwale, hold
reply, my
on.
brother.
Let
Let me
me
reply,
chime
my
in.
brother. The reason why I
I'm
said
gonna
it's a,
I'm gonna get out, but
Let
all
Prince
I'm
their
Daddy
saying
come
is
in,
problem.
please. I need to hear from a maga.
okay. So
Listen, hold on
okay,
before
I'm gonna
Prince Daddy comes.
my brother, I'm gonna leave you
Prince Daddy,
guys.
just
But
one
all I'm
second. The reason,
okay, go on.
the reason why I
Sorry,
said
Adewale, sorry. I just want to tell Midwest. You can also do EFIC if you do WAEC. It's not only Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. I just correct you. So go and look at it through Google.
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
You
when you
know,
finish, I'm gonna close and go, yeah?
in
Go
your
ahead.
own house, before you can call somebody to
Listen,
come and
the people.
mediate or mediate in any disagreement
Remy,
within your household,
Remy,
that
I want to
means it
ask you
must
a
have
question.
got offhand. Now, the
Remy,
reason why I said the Southeast are the only
Let
people that can
Adewale
provide
finish.
solution to them to their own political and insecurity problem is because when we don't tell each other the truth, problem
Okay.
persists. Now, this thing wouldn't have gone this way or gone this too far, but they let it linger, and some of them kept quiet. And I said, look, not every tribe are the same, but when the same thing happening in the northeast as well, because they let it linger because of their bias. Look, sometimes in Yoruba proverb, before something becomes so big, we call it when it's still sprouting. And that is what they're supposed to have done. Now that it has grown beyond what they are capable, what they can take care of, then they themselves have to look inward and tell each other the truth. They have political leaders, whether they like them or not. They've been leading them all these years. They can hold them accountable. Call the traditional
Oh yeah.
rulers, call everybody, hold a conference, then speak truth to each other. But
But
unfortunately, we,
I'm talking about
we,
the nation, my brother. You see, I think
no,
the
no,
thing
no,
is,
no. When they
yeah,
present a unique, united front,
Adewale is
then
right.
the
He's right,
federal
my brother.
system
Let
can
me just
now
land.
take it
He's
from
right.
there and help. You can't go to somebody's house and dictate how they are going to live their life. It's not possible. So you have to
yeah.
look at, okay, what are the differences that they have? What solution do you have for each other? And then the federal government comes in to help out. But
But I think,
unfortunately, they are leaving
I
things.
think, yeah. Yeah, I think because of since the Biafra war, there's no commemoration for Biafra. There's no, like when people have, issues in the past, the nation will come together and say, "Oh, this what happened was wrong. It was, it was done. It was wrong. Let's bring the nation together." This is what I think the Nigerian elite are 100% guilty of your problems, not because of the tribes or religion. They haven't actually said, "Look,
Can I chime in on this area
what?
that
No, yeah,
Adewale
yeah,
brought in? Because something
yeah.
that
What
concerns
was
me.
yeah, man, Presti, 1 second, I beg my boss. So they should actually come together and have a day of when that war stopped, and they have a commemoration and say, look, what happened was a mistake. Let's draw the line, let's move on. But if you're just gonna keep ignoring it and pushing the issue and keep pushing it and pushing it, and these people feel some type of way marginalized, whether it's true or not. But looking at the history, what they've been through, people are still shunning them. I was guilty of that, not knowing about Biafra war. Let's be honest with you. When I learned about the Biafra war, I actually changed my whole mind, my whole perception. So basically, you need to bring these
I
people in.
think you are digressing a little bit. When you talk
Yeah, I
about
know,
the
I know, I
civil
know, I
war,
know.
it's entirely different thing. Because when you look at
Yeah,
it one-sided, it's not fair.
yeah.
Because it's not the federal
No,
government of Nigeria that started that war against when they declared independence from that place. So you can't just
right.
look at it from one angle. There are so many
Yeah.
Nigerian soldiers also passed. So and I think there
Yeah,
was
that's what I meant.
I
That's
will,
what I meant. That's what I
I
Remy,
meant.
think
That's what I meant.
there was
no,
closure, but
see,
That's what I meant.
unfortunately,
As a whole, as a
Remy,
nation, not
let me
just
add
as
to
for a
what
region.
this my brother just said. Remy, look, there is the need for we to
Can I say
build a
something?
memorial. Wait, let me just quickly put this on. There's the need for we to build a memorial for the country Nigeria. But if we want to go
Thank
to
you,
who
thank you,
is
thank
wrong,
you.
who is right, who started, who finished, then we are not going to move forward because people
Now,
from the southeast will never admit they did anything wrong. The people from the north will never agree they did anything wrong. Even the rest people,
so
the rest Nigerians who became a victim,
okay,
nobody
nobody will say we did anything wrong. But if we
no need for memorial. What we should do is that
wait. Memorial is very spiritual.
Gentlemen, let me put another perspective to this. Look, Remy, hold on, please.
Okay,
we missed the point. At a point where a war finishes, even Second World War, they did it. But we were duped into that sloganeering, no victor, no vanquished. That at the point where that war ended, where Colonel Phillips signed that this thing, that is the point. In a swift this thing, we should have instituted a commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's where we missed it. But then we're duped into this no victor, no vanquish, because we are excitable people. We forgot the suffering of 30 months and we put it in RRR, reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction.
I think that is that is one of the spiritual problems that is destroying the country.
And that is at the heart of our problem today. If we had sat down when the war wounds were still fresh and sought ourselves out and draw new boundaries, all this will have just taken in 1970, 6 months. In that 1970, we will have sorted all these things long ago. But then we became euphoric, forgot ourselves, and here we are today. Thank you.
And that's sad because
1 second.
Because
can I talk now, please?
Of course, yeah, you
Baba,
can.
No victor, no vanquish. Yeah, no victor, no vanquish thing. I mean, the Igbos are a major tribe. So are you suggesting that we should have alienated the Igbos by declaring victory for Nigeria against Biafra? I mean,
you are not following my point. I said we were duped into that sloganeering, no victor, no vanquish, because there should have been a truth commission immediately instituted, headed by a judge. And then I think we have Justice Alexander I can't remember who was his chief justice, and Alexander was from, I think, Guyana or so. So a neutral body will have headed that commission to know why the cause of the war, what happened during the war, and how we are going to solve it. That's what I call a roadmap will have been established.
So we can learn from it seriously. Thank you, my brother.
No. See, okay, but I don't dispute what you're saying, Baba. So are you saying at this point in time, officially, Nigerians don't know the reason why the war occurred or why the war happened?
Okay, okay, very good. We are about 7 on the screen right now. If you ask us individually what caused the war, we will have 7 different stories to tell. That's how bad it is.
I agree with you, but if you ask me, I'll say though, the reason why there's been so much animosity and unsettlement about the war has to do with the narrative that's coming out from the Southeast. I don't think the Southeast, and by the way, not just the Southeast, just like you said, Baba, I don't even think the Yorubas or the other part of the country know the reason why the war was fought. But animosity and hatred really, it's something that came out of the Southeast because they were the losers, I guess, if you put it that way, after the war, given that they lost a lot of people and a lot of their properties. But at the same time, but the narrative of the war and the demonization of other parts of Nigeria, especially the Yorubas, is a big problem why there's no settlement. And coupled to what somebody said earlier, that Obasanjo removed history from our curriculum, that too is a big problem. So Nigeria has a multifaceted problem overall when it comes to that country. And by the way, let me lie, it's not that unique per se to Nigeria. And see, in Nigeria, we have to face reality. I know some people were advocating for other languages to be spoken by other tribes, or not to be spoken by other tribes. See, we all can't speak 1,000 languages. Okay, we have to go with the 3 major languages as established. And I would say though,
I disagree with you.
And other small tribes, other small tribes should learn, should see Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa as a foreign language to learn. Because we all can't speak Efik and all these other languages. It's not feasible. I don't think it's a reality.
Why not discuss it with the people? Because I think the best language for us should be one. Let us speak Igbo for the whole country.
or pick Hausa or Yoruba.
Is Igbo superior over Yoruba and Hausa? How did you draw that conclusion?
You see now,
do you know this?
Yes, the word superior. You see
hold
it
on,
now.
let me hold on. Give me a few seconds. Let me engage this guy. Why do you think Igbo will be superior?
Yeah.
No,
you are the one that brought superior, because I think on the basis of national unity, I think you are coming from the angle of a national unity, so we must study other people's language. And the language, people that want to speak your language, you did not preserve their history.
Midwest, any language
their history. You don't want to preserve
Midwest. Let me tell you. Say in life, sometimes, we don't live in Eldorado. And sometimes some people will make decisions for you. That's life. The fact that they didn't consult your people, I know how it feels somewhat, but at the same time,
I know. I agree with you. In such environment, that's why you always end up having crisis. Like the continent of Africa, people can't go forward because where you are you make decision for people.
The Europeans have as much. They have or had as much trouble as we had. The Irish and the British and there's always problem everywhere. It's not unique. It's not unique to Africa or Nigeria.
Baba and Midwest. Baba and Midwest. I'll give you an example, right? In West Africa, in Guinea, for example, the majority language spoken in Guinea is Susu. The majority tribe in Guinea is the Fulani. The second is Mandinko and the Susu, right? But we all in Guinea, if you go there, every other tribe speak the Susu language. Do you know why? It's because it's more easier to speak. In Senegal, if you hear Senegal, you think it's belong to the Wolof, who are the last ethnic group who migrated to that region. In Senegal, they all speak Wolof. Whether you're Fula, Mandinko, or Jola, they all speak Wolof. I say, and if Yoruba is the easiest language to speak, let it be the national language. That's fine.
I don't want to stay in argument with you because I've been to Senegal and I've stayed there. I've been to this Guinea-Bissau, even your Guinea-Conakry, even Mali. But I will tell you one thing very clearly, that in Senegal, the major tribe is Wolof. Fulas are immigrant and they don't have any voice in that place. They are called Fula. They don't even call them Fulani, because when you say Fulani, they're a little bit confused. When you say Fula, they understand people you are talking about. In Guinea-Conakry, it's the same thing. It's only in Nigeria. That is why they are determined to establish themselves. They were more like people.
You cannot be wrong. You cannot be more wrong. You cannot be more wrong.
Let's come back to our country.
You cannot be any more wrong. Senegal. No, I'm not. Hang on. You just said something that's wrong. There's only 3 tribes who are native to Senegal that got regions. You know, like how you got region, Igbo region, this region. Is it Fula, Serere, and Jola? And Jola trying to fight for their own region right now, like what you get in, like when you had it in Biafra.
Yeah, where you have Casamas, all those people. So
exactly. So what are you talking about? Futa Toro. Listen, Futa Toro. Let me just finish. Futa Toro. No, hang on. You cannot lie. I'm not gonna agree with that. Futa Toro is one region. No, you cannot tell me about my. It's like me telling you. You Benin people are not from Benin. You came from Congo.
Can I put some perspective into this?
You know, it don't make no sense. No, Futa Toro. No, I'm not offended. I'm just trying to correct you. No, Midwest Mexico. Futa Toro is the land of the Fulani. The Casamas is the land of the Jola. The other region is the land of the Serere. The all of people don't have a region in Senegal. They're the last tribe that came from even Antoine Diop, the greatest scholar, told you that the Olof Kingdom is the last kingdom that was built in Senegal, and that because we Fulani let them come and settle. The second oldest kingdom in the entire West Africa is the Takrur Kingdom, that was right next to the Ghana Empire, around the same age. That's older than the Mali Empire. The Takrur Kingdom of the Ghana Empire. It is the British who created
Let's not go.
No, Ghana Empire is not. Ghana Empire. No, Ghana Empire. You're misinformed. Ghana Empire.
So
no, Ghana Empire. No. Ghana Empire is not the Ghana country. GANA. In West Africa, we call it Ouagadougou. It's the empire that was where Mauritania is today. It's the oldest empire in the entire West Africa. It predated
my brother. Let's come back. Let's come back to Nigeria.
Let's look at the
my question.
Midwest people. Okay. Look, let's look at Nigeria. All this along West Africa, where we belong geographically today, all the countries starting from Benin Republic to Senegal, they have their lingua franca. You understand? It is because they are tribes. Look at Nigeria. I keep repeating myself. We are ethnic nationality.
Yeah.
Look at the Igbo people, for instance. They have a lingua franca. Apart from because if a Bonny person speak, you understand, they have different pronunciation. They have different name for water, how they pronounce it and everything. Even God.
Okay. I
You
didn't know that.
understand? Same thing for the Yorubas. If an Ekiti man speak, oh my God, I may not be able to understand up to 10% of what he is saying. But we have a lingua franca. So also in the north speak the general Hausa language. But if a Taraba man speak their own tribal language, I don't think the Hausa man will understand.
Yeah.
So Nigeria is just peculiar. So we, along that peculiarities, that is where we have to dig and found a solution to our problem if we must remain one. And the only solution is regionalism. That is the only solution.
But you have the same thing in entire West Africa, though. All the other countries, you have different tribes.
Look, take for instance the Ghana one. Look, the Ghana one, the Ashantis Chui, they were able to adopt it as a national lingua franca because they are the dominant tribe. Wait, they are the dominant tribe. But in Nigeria, we don't have a tribe that is dominant. It is rather the Fulani that is trying through conquest to dominate the others, which we are all resisting now.
Yeah, see, Baba,
I don't think Fulani are dominating at all. I think Nigeria is dominated by all tribes. I think all tribes in Nigeria have equal power.
I want to put something before Baba there. Let me tell you, in Ghana, it's a different case compared to Nigeria. If you want to understand Ghana history a little bit, even Ghanaian women.
Don't go there. I just touched on it to say we are talking about Nigeria is the heart of our discussion.
Yeah, the reason why Ghana is one language, it was the British who made it so. Even the older people in Ghana, when you bring Bible written in their local language, when they cannot read English and write English, they will read that Ghana language because they make the language compulsory for them and they were able to teach them. But in the Nigeria setting, at least it worked well in the east, in the north, in the everywhere. Like the northerners, the Hausa language was already like a written language. They know how to write in their own form because of the religion, Bono Empire and all those people, because they can study this Arabic and understand it. They carve their own language from there. Even when the British come, so it's also easy for them to speak that language. The Yoruba, the same thing. As you said, they have tribes within Yoruba. And within the East, they were also doing the same thing. You understand me? But in this situation, if we want to unify, since Nigeria, we want to build, why not pick Hausa language for everybody?
Yeah.
Or pick Yoruba for everybody? Or pick the Igbo for everybody? So if you believe in your tribal language,
I would think you want to wait. I would think you want to bury my own heritage where you try to impose on me because I'm an ethnic nationality. That is the problem with Nigeria. That is the uniqueness.
This is the problem we have. It's tribal again.
Minister for Education. A Yoruba minister
why do we talk about diversity? Why do we talk about diversity?
They did not consult people, and they are saying in the national exam, this is the spoken language you will write, and that is what caused the war in Sudan.
It is wrong. It is wrong because when white comes to my state, let them choose the language of my state, and I will write in that language.
This is why I think
you can't impose.
What the Sudanese
tribalism is the biggest problem.
It's not tribalism. It's ethnic nationality. It's about national pride, pride, heritage, culture.
Yes.
You can't subsume it under one umbrella of something you call Nigeria. It can't be.
So you think the long-term solution is to separate the country then?
So be it. If that would be convenient for everybody.
That is what they want to.
Were we not separated before? Was it not an amalgamation that brought us together in 1914?
So how comes other African countries manage to deal with this, but you're still struggling with it? That's
because they were smaller units.
I think
the British and most of them were colonized by the French. So the French has this a different structure, but the British, for greed and administrative convenience, they have to pack people together: a pigeon, hen, hawks, and everything in one place.
You see, that's why we're so lucky in Sierra Leone, because we had the Jamaican Maroons who came to settle there, and the black British and the black people from America and Liberia for that matter, who brought the Creole language and the Creole culture in Sierra Leone. Because we have that Creole language and the Creole culture, it became more dominant in the region, in the country. So everybody speak Creole, and Creole is a sub version of what you hear what patois is like. Because Sierra Leone, in fact, we don't have the same culture as any other African country other than Barbados. If according to study, the Sierra Leone is the closest to Barbados when it comes to culture, and also we do have, because of that reason, we have what they call Afro. I'm just advertising this to you guys. One of you might try it one day. We have what they call Afro Caribbean Festival in Sierra Leone, Freetown, every year, and this
we have in Lagos too. We call it Fanti.
Yes, it's exactly. This is the legacy of Sierra Leone again, right?
Me and you tomorrow will wrestle together. Don't worry.
Yeah, so we have that sort of culture that we adopted in the country that enable us to be very, very progressive and liberal people. We don't see tribe. There are a lot of tribes, even my own Fulani tribe. Yeah, I didn't know how to speak Fulani. It's when I went to Guinea during the war. That's when I actually learned to speak Fulani. And even then, they're looking at me differently. It's funny.
Hello.
I'm hearing you. I think he lost. See, my brother, you see the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria.
So,
Nigeria now.
Hold on a second. Sorry. So, Baba or anyone, we Africans, we like to talk about languages, how we've been marginalized, this and that. I don't think not being able to speak or speaking other people's language and not really hinder your progress or development in your own region. This language thing, to me, is just a crutch, just an excuse for people's lack of ability or to concentrate or focus on things that are important. Our so-called African problem is not unique. I said it earlier. Even the Europeans and in Asia, other parts of the world, they've experienced the same thing. In the Middle East, they do experience that also. So I think we always look for excuses one way or the other why our situation is the way it is. Speaking, sometimes we make it sound like, well, if you're from this part of this country, in Nigeria, for example, you can't speak your own language in your own community, and as a result, you can't develop your own community. You've been stymied. Not true. Not true. We're just looking at excuses. See, that's why the West, let's just put it, the white man sometimes does very well and is able to conquer us because they focus on what's more important. A white man will come to your community and speak your language and still dominate you left and right. So too the Chinese man would. So we Africans, we tend to major a lot on the minority or uselessness, the way I put it. Let's focus and concentrate. I agree with you, Baba. Yes, you answer. I agree with you, Baba. That, yeah, if you go regional,
I wanted to put something. Look, I'm from Edo State. For years, people of Edo, all schools are allowed to teach Yoruba language. All schools are allowed to teach Hausa language. I can say only Igbo language. These two languages, but not all schools that teach those languages. But nobody complain. We also somehow neglect our own indigenous language to some certain level. Even the Yoruba, there are children growing in Lagos who cannot even speak the Yoruba. Likewise in Benin. But however, for few people just to sit down to say so and so language, there's no need to write them in the WAEC. I see it as conquest. They did not stop them. They wanted to bring in our traditional leader so they can have a say in the system of the governance. automatically they said they are proposing a law. Only Oni will be in charge of the Southern monarchy. Why? What's his name? Usman. What is this man's name? Sultan of Sokoto will be in charge of the entire north. I don't understand. Is this how you're going to put the traditional leaders together by relegating people from the start on to discuss critical national issue? The answer is no. So you should see this mind. Another person is coming, indigenous B. If you stay here 10 years, you become indigenous to that place. My brother, our leaders are not serious. This issue is supposed not to be issue. Because one, you have abandoned history of the makeup of the peoples of Nigeria. Now you are trying to take people's language away. Why not accept one language if you love Nigeria? To be honest, that's where I'm coming from. Nobody stop people, not schools, not to teach Yoruba or the answers. So why are you forcing people? I can't get that. So
thank you very much, my brother. I'm gonna leave you guys, but you know what? It was nice speaking to you guys. You know, I pray to God, I pray to Muhammad or Jesus or whoever our ancestors, our African, ancestors. You know, you find a solution in that country, man. It's painful for everyone. You know, and I'm gonna listen to you guys, but I'm at work. Now and again I'll join and add some different perspective into our conversation. Okay, take care, guys.
Yeah, I'll be on the lookout for you. Thanks.
No problem, brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye.
So, as we're saying, Midwest people, look, the thing is, we've already matured before we came into this amalgamation individually as an ethnic nationality. We've already matured before we came into it. So we are all wise men forced to drink from the same bowl. It is not going to be easy. And I put the fault at the doorstep of the British. Look at why is the French colonized countries are a bit stable than the British ones. From South Africa to Nigeria, Nigeria to Uganda, Uganda to Zambia, you can see there's always problem.
Because they've been castrated.
You get my point. We had the Mau Mau problem. We have this Butuleze against the other people in South Africa. In Zimbabwe, it's always problem because they want convenience. They want to maximize profits. And at the end of the day, we all became independent nation, and the problem remains. They put us together. It's going to be difficult.
Okay, so
our problem, wait, I'm going somewhere. The problem here is we're forcing ourselves so much. What's the relevance of JAMB? As far as I'm concerned, every state have their own university. Every state. Then in most of 90% of the states, we have federal universities. So why can't a state do their own common entrance examination to their own university?
The reason is for the majority to create job for their tribe as men. That's just the truth. Economically, they cannot develop the country for job to be there for people. Let me give you an example. They discuss forest guard. First, they said they will give it to state. When they go into their secret meeting, they say it's a federal level. So what are they going to do? They'll appoint people into that position. And the federal government is failing in all area. Okay, they talk of building Nigerian army. If you want to go to Nigeria Defense Academy, you write exam, you will not see results because you are not from so region. How can you build a formidable army in that case?
That is why I'm saying that our problem is structural. We are forcing issues. We are trying to be like USA when we don't have the relevance, the heritage, and the cultural heritage of USA. So we have to find a unique perspective to our problem and solve it. That is, and the only way to do that is to sit down. It's not the work of the National Assembly. It is the work of the leaders of several ethnic nationalities and tribal groups to do. Without doing that, we will just be all motions and no movement.
Okay, Baba, in your submission earlier, why are the Francophone countries more structured or stable than the West, the English-speaking countries? I didn't get the answer to that.
Yeah, it's because of their policy of egalite.
The model of
That is look, egalite.
The
Okay,
French
we can't hear
was
you.
a
Midwest
policy
people, you are
of
broken.
association.
The French. Why is it that the French colonized countries? When you ask an Ivorian today, though they are making a U-turn now, they say we French. But I wouldn't be. I mean, would I call myself we English? We don't do that. The French made them comfortable, absorbed them culturally, and opened their doors to them and let them rule themselves. So that
Okay,
is
so
the difference.
so I used the word earlier, castration. Castration. I think. You see, you make it sound like the French colonialism is more palatable to the African French people speaking French in Africa right now. If you ask me, I rather prefer the British colonialism because they're not French. I mean, thank God we're not calling ourselves English because we're not English. Okay, and that we have our own unique identities and we are able to align accordingly. Yes, just like I said earlier, there's no place in this world where they have multiple tribes or ethnic groups that easily merge together. It takes time. If you go to the European history, they fought wars for many, many, many years and fight each other left and right. So we Africans, we are working through the process also. But the French castrated those French-speaking countries, and that's why they have poor identity. If you look at it also
No.
no.
Wait, dear, you will continue. No, they did not castrate them. They used the principle of egalite. You understand, which is about what's it now? Equality. And they use liberty, and fraternity, which is brotherhood. That fraternity is what they use. Is brotherhood. So they take them. They did not pointedly tell them we are your rulers like the British did.
Okay, so they made them buy into one ideology. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
And do you think that ideology? Do you think that ideology is serving them well? I mean, has served them well up to this point. Do you think so?
It did up to the last century.
It sounds like an effective control tool or mechanism that the French
maybe through hoodwinking, or maybe, but because they are now,
and maybe it has worked very well for them. But yeah. Again, I reject such control mechanism. Thank God the British didn't use that on us. And quite frankly, if you ask me, yeah, even though we have so much quote unquote problems in Nigeria, for example, I like our uniqueness. And I've said it before. I love to live in Nigeria as a country. Why? Because of the menagerie of the different cultures and tradition and things that makes up Nigeria. That's what makes us unique as a people, as a country, for that matter. We sit at the top of a diverse people as a country. If you ask me, even though we have so many issues that we rankle about, and that's what makes us unique. Quite frankly, I don't like that egalitarianism or whatever they call it in the French-speaking country. I think that's BS. It reduces them to a common denominator that does not suit them. Actually, they just all buy into this garbage. If you ask me, I don't like that. I like the uniqueness of the Yoruba people. I like the uniqueness of the Igbo people.
Wait, let me put something a little bit for you guys. Look, the policy was first of all to associate. And they lay good foundation. When they realized that was very expensive, they decided, assimilation, I mean to say, that was the first.
Yeah, assimilation. Yeah,
when
they put all the products.
Yeah, when they realized it was very expensive.
Assimilate to what?
They gave them the currency, the free trade.
Assimilate to the French culture.
Wait now, that
to some extent, yes.
French is French people, to do things like a Frenchman,
to enjoy like a Frenchman.
No, to be 100% slaves, to be 100% slave.
Oh, no. Let me land a point. Maybe you cannot get it. Why I don't agree with you. Let me bring it. That was very, very expensive. Giving them full education, providing, make sure they enjoy full amenities. It was so expensive. When they discovered that the British indirect rule was so cheap, why you are not visible, from behind you are causing whatever you want, they now change that policy to associate with these guys. If not, they would have been like French today. Like the British, most of the decisions we are making in Nigeria up to today, indirectly, the British have hand on it, whether we like it or not. But the French, they have the same problem, but the hands of French were so visible. That's why people all continue to blame them. They don't know how to penetrate from the back. Like in Nigeria, we don't even know who's in charge of our country. Because everybody can talk good. Once you are on that seat, you become confused. Is it not Tinubu that promised us restructuring? That Nigeria
they even made the Franco countries stable because they gave them the currency and back it with their own reserve.
My brother, if you go to French colony in West Africa,
Baba, I'm surprised you're supporting all these French policies that impoverish the French-speaking African people. You make it sound like all these policies and all that the French people did, or the government want to serve the interests of the other people.
We are comparing two colonialists and the system. That's what we are comparing.
Yeah, but you make it sound the French approach was much better, or like I'm not even saying that the English. I'm not even making an argument.
Opinion.
See what they did. Look, in the process, they preserve the people language, linguistic. In most cases, they choose one language for them,
by speaking French as a universal language for them. Is that they preserve their language?
Across from Algeria to Senegal to which is the Gabon, they gave them one currency. They gave them
so they can completely subject their
they can
economy
trade seamlessly. They can trade seamlessly amongst themselves.
Guys, at the end of the day, it's quite clear right now that the French, everything that the French did was to serve their own interests and never at any single note the interest of the Black Africans that they colonized. So let's stop this idea of this French colonialism was better and served the people. It didn't serve the people anywhere. That's why they are backward in those countries. They speak French. They don't know any better.
They are not backward because
the British also brought confusion into Nigeria.
I'm not saying they're better. That's my point. I didn't say the British colonialism was better. I'm not making an argument, but I reject the position that you guys are making that the French was better.
What Baba Midwest they were trying to put across that in the beginning it was perfect for them because of the total assimilation. It was perfect for this colonized French-speaking West Africa. If you look at Cote d'Ivoire in the 80s before their civil war, everything was perfect because I used to have because there's a lot of
perfect.
A lot of not perfect. There's a lot of Nigeria from Ijibu side that they went to Cote d'Ivoire to live there. And I had a friend that each time on the summer vacation, when he come by, he always brought a lot of stuff from that place for us. And when he talk about Cote d'Ivoire that time, it was super, I think much more better than Nigeria in terms of organization and everything like that. But to me, I think both of them, whether the British or the French, they did not do us a good favor. Especially for Nigeria.
Okay, I agree with that conclusion.
They should have carved out about 3 or 4 countries from Nigeria, not brought us together that way.
Remy Babati, let me put this one before you. You see, most of these French colony, they were very, very poor. Even when we're talking of resources, it is right now. You see all these Mali, all these Senegal talking of we have one resources to sell to the world. There was a way the French government managed these people, and they were able to sustain themselves. If you go there, they are actually really poor. I remember when I traveled to Senegal.
But they are happy.
You will see poverty clearly, but these people
happy and poor. I like that.
They were far advanced than Nigeria in terms of administration. I will give you an example. I keep on saying it here. There is no way you can sell one land to 2 people in Senegal. The system has conquered that. All this, you go to shop in Nigeria where people want to sell you 1 kilo of thing, they will be cheating. Senegalese will never try. You cannot go to
colonies, not just
you want to rent a house.
and somebody will tell you, come and pay me 1 year. If you present that money, Senegalese citizen will run away. The government has been able to tackle all these things that we make some people to be so rich, and the rest will be too poor. That will create problem. We're talking about stability.
Even their meters for their electricity is outside.
Okay, it's now
outside at the
Nigeria
gates.
government with another.
Oh dear. Where are you? Where have you gone? Midwest people.
You can continue. If it's not, I think it's
okay, I hear him. So I hear what you guys are saying.
I don't know who's muting me. I don't know who's doing that. The host is always muting me. If you go to Senegal with ID card, they have ID card. Cote d'Ivoire, they have. You can't move in their streets without identifying yourself. If the police stop you, straight to prison, they will detain you. If you cannot prove yourself, it is now we are learning.
They put the order.
But Midwest,
they will not even pursue you. When you beat the traffic, they blow their whistle.
They blow their
save you if you don't stop.
They don't fight. Senegalese stop offender with whistle. There's nothing like pursue up till now.
Can you tell us how many tribes do they have in Senegal or maybe in Cote d'Ivoire?
What they did, that's the same thing we are still saying. They have a lot of tribe in Senegal, but they were able to give them one language from Africa, which is Wolof, which is they call Wolof. And the same thing happened to Gambia. So all these Fula, Madigo, Yola, these are small tribes. But
who
all of them.
Who gave them Wolof?
See, is the language was already in existence. They just speak Wolof and teach them in their school.
Are you trying to say majority of the people there are Wolof people?
Every citizen speak Wolof, but they are not Wolof tribe. You get what I'm saying now?
Calm down, please. So
because the French make sure in their school.
Midwest. See, I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you for like 5 minutes. The way you are saying all these francophone countries that they are better, all those stuff. You know, am I not an African? This thing, I don't know. I don't know. Where did you get the information from? Where did you get all this beautiful?
I have been to that. Wait, I have been to that place. I've spent some quite of time with them, particularly the Senegal, the Gambia. You understand me? I've been to this guy that said Liberia. So most of these West Africa countries, I've traveled them. So when you go to French colony, you will really see suffering. They don't have money. It is suffering. They will be telling you this one is selling this one.
So is it because they were colonized by? Is it because they were colonized by France, or just because they're complex? No. Let someone like. Is that happening just because they were colonized by France, or just because of the complexity? It's not as super complex as what we have in Nigeria. You understand? Oh, he has dropped. Now I want to take up. Okay, may I not continue?
No, Ola, I was just trying to ask Midwest about how many tribes do they have in Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire. So actually, both of them, they did not do a very good job.
Or even ethnic nationality is what you want to say.
Ethnic nationality, yeah. How many do they have? Like in Nigeria now, we have maybe more than 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. I'm not talking about ethnicity. But what I'm trying to do here is that when you look at Nigerian context and you see everybody is jostling for that power from both of from this major ethnic group. But when you now look at all these West African countries, especially French-speaking countries, I think, like he said, maybe majority of them are speaking Wolof. But in Nigeria, people are still, even Kanuri people think their own language is better than Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, everybody like that. So the solution to that, to Nigeria, I think is we have to just go back to that region again.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me
listen to this guy.
Let me come in, Prince Daddy. See, the difference, we are talking about 2 different systems now, adopted by colonialists. Imagine if, because the British also gave us the pound sterling, which we were spending, all their colonies in Africa. If we had maintained spending pounds in all the colonies backed by the British people, do you think there will have been debt issue like we have it today? The British will have protected them.
Yes,
protected
yes,
us.
there would have been, because even the British economy is declining
So that's
rapidly.
exactly, Prince Daddy, that's exactly what the French colonies did, because they allowed the safers. They are still using the safers till
No, they
tomorrow.
were prompt. Listen, it's more complex.
No,
Hold on, hold on.
there's
Right.
a
It's
little
more
difference.
complex than that. It's all propped
Not
up.
like that. Not like that. I think Baba.
Hold on, Midwest. Hold on,
Baba,
Midwest.
look, the thing is.
Hold on, Midwest. Hold on. Let's tackle
Okay.
what Baba is saying. Baba, we are listening to you.
Yeah. So I'm saying that if the French protect, even when they joined the EU, and the part of the protocol became what's it now? Euro. They warned the French that what do you want to do with this your colonies, with the safer? The French said we will continue to protect them with our resources. It is one of the reasons why France today is going broke. And I think they are happy when colonies like Mali, Burkina Faso, and all the rest are removed themselves from the safer zone, because it helps them to build and meet up the Eurozone protocol. So, but we, in our too known, we hasten. Ghana developed their own currency. We did. Zambia with Kwaja, whatever, and things like that. And on the long run, they themselves, they were very happy to back off. And we ended up with a lot of things.
Okay, let me chime in. Let me chime in real quick. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm taken aback by Baba's stringent, support of this ruthless colonialism by the French people. I'm not sure why is that any good, actually. That they were trying to prop up the West African countries' safers or their currency with the French economy. It's all hogwash. It is not true. This is all what we call laboratory economics. There was nothing good about what the French did. Is everything they did 100% is to serve their own interests. So I'm not sure why anyone wants to buy into the French people. After all, the French economy is not the strongest in Europe. They've never been that strong, anyways. So because
No.
Can I?
Hold on, Remy. I want to come after.
After Germany, then there's France. They're always number two.
They said they are not the strongest.
You said that I should run them from the border. You are coming in.
The French economy is you can say after Germany, it's a distant second for the most part.
Hold on now. See, let me tell you something, Midwest. I've been listening to you, and myself, I'm just coming to the screen now. I want us to tackle what Baba is saying, but what you were saying, you were drifting us away from it. I've been listening.
Can I land my point?
Go. I hear Prince Daddy.
Yeah, Remy was saying that the French economy is the second economy. Well, it can be second or whatever. As far as I'm concerned, it's a distant second. The economy is not that as innovative and creative as the German economy, which is the true economy in Europe. We all know that. Let's not get confused. So, but when it comes, the French are very crafty people. There's no doubt about that. Don't get me wrong. They have a strong history, a robust history, and they're great people after all. But I would like us to reject that notion that whatever the French did for the Black African-speaking countries was to serve the interests of the Negroes or the Black people. It's a lie. It's a big lie. We should wake up. Okay, whatever they did served them very well. They made those people docile. They control the economy. They back up their currency. It's just all nonsense. See, the reason why, if you look in Africa, these English-speaking countries, so to speak, they were left to innovate or to be to whatever system that the British implemented. If you look at it from Nigeria to Ghana and some other few South Africa, we tend to be more creative and innovative. And that's why if you look on the continent...
where has that led us?
Well, we're working on the Baba. This is not the end of the world.
That is not true, Baba. That is not
a project in progress, right?
Baba T. It's not true. If you...
No, I'm Baba. Baba T is my brother.
No, it was referring to me. It's
okay. Can I please add? My vote?
Okay, go ahead.
Now the thing is this. This is my take on it. On the surface, it's looking as if what France did in that Francophone country is okay, right? But in reality, it's actually dangerous to the development of that location. How do I mean? Now, you deindustrialize these people because you are a very strong economy. You understand? You build your own economy, and you try now to like assimilate. You like even call it assimilation, or you just try to you acquire them. You acquire them for a different purpose. So you you capture them so that you capture their resources and you industrialize yourself to sustain yourself. Why you keep them just to serve your purpose only? It's just a form of colonization.
Neo-colonization.
So the thing now is this: is Niger Republic, for example, part of that French colony we are talking, French francophone country we are speaking about? Where are they today? I don't know. Who colonized Sudan? Someone should just remind me. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's the UK that colonized Sudan.
Can I come in?
Keep it calm. Let someone finish. It will come.
I think it's UK that colonized
Sudan.
Yeah,
it's UK, English.
So that French model, to be honest, it's not really helping, because if it's really helping, we shouldn't be having problem. We shouldn't be having all this problem of coup d'etat we are having. We should be talking of a very advanced country, a well industrialized, that can self-sustain without having to be pushing these guys away. So we are talking of poor country. They are not worthy.
But who are the first coupists? Is it francophone or anglophone country?
I don't have that history to that extent, because I won't pretend to know. But the thing
Ghana was the first coup. Nigeria followed.
So to me, there's nothing fantastic about it. Their own is that let us pretend that we are uniting you. Let's pretend we are uniting you, and from there we keep dealing with them. Just the system that the Fulani used to capture the Hausas.
But Ola, I understand you. Just a quick question for you. You laid down the French very well, but the British did the similar thing. They control your power leverage. They also control your resources by digging the ground for your oil. They're dictating so many things to you. We sell your oil to this, and then we give you peanut at the end of the day. They kind of live in the agricultural part. They also control it. They use the board to control it. So they also control, only that maybe not as tightened as the French, but I think they did similar thing when you really sit down and look at both of them.
But we're not making an argument that the French is better, the English is better. That's the problem. We're not making an argument.
None of them is better, because at the end of the day,
no. I agree with you. None of them is better. None is better, but not according to Baba and Midwest people.
No.
They live in.
Calm down. I'm only just
stop. I have not said anything.
Hold on. I speak for the listening audience.
I don't understand.
By bringing out the pro and con of both system and what it takes. But my own argument, my submission is: look, yes, we were wise. Our eyes were open. Once we want the British, we want to see them go. We dumped the currency, adopted our own. We even started driving from left to right. And that cost us a lot of money. In our wiseness today, we are indebted to these same people because they own the system. They run the system, the currency system worldwide. They instituted the United Nations after the Second World War and a whole lot of world organizations. So are we still not under colonialism? We are still, whether we like it or not. But I'm thinking that, look, if it's business, if we had been spending up to date, maybe the British pounds, we wouldn't have been in an economic hellhole like we are today, because the burden will be on them. Because whether we like it or not, through British petroleum, with the Shell and all the rest, they are still taking our resources under our noses.
With the collaboration with the collaboration by our greedy leaders. Let me see again. Oh, sorry, Ola, 5 seconds. the British were never good for us in the sense that they really want to help us and be great. But it's incumbent upon us as a country, as and our leaders, to do right by us. Let's not pretend like even our leaders, they do what is good for us. They are there to take advantage of us, just like the British did and the French. So, but at the end of the day, no matter what the British did, if you ask me, we have the responsibility as a country, as a people, to work things out and improve our lives. It's not much the British man's problem. It is not. If you ask me, it is not. They've done their part. Now it's left to us to take over and structure our society and do what we have to do. But we're not doing that. We always want to point finger about what they did many years ago and the reason why we are in the situation that we are right now.
Okay.
Well, while I agree with you, I've not been to Gambia, I've not been to Senegal, but I've been to most of the West African countries generally, and the Francophone countries. Yes, despite their poverty, I repeat, they have rest of mind. They go on 2-hour break. And when they go on their 2-hour break, you see them park their bicycle or moped under a tree and sleep.
And that's why they're a lazy society. That's emblematic of a lazy people. That's a lazy people.
They are
lazy people taking
with all our sunshine eye. Where are we? Country of 230 million wise men.
But Baba, even with
okay, Remy, let me.
Baba, those are lazy people taking breaks in the afternoon.
Let me speak now.
Daddy, you are bad. Yeah. Let me
Remy, let Midwest speak now. But stay to the topic, Midwest.
Oh, Midwest.
Go ahead, Midwest.
Yeah, what I want to say is this. I'm not here to preach. Colonization is bad. Are you hearing me? Whether it's French or whether in terms of advancement in administration. So they are far better than the English colony. These people, the British cheated the French because when they went to Berlin Conference, the British have already traded nearly with the entire African continent. So when they draw this line, the British discover nothing is in Senegal. They can't even export anything. The only place they have little thing is Gambia, where they produce granite, they grab it. When it came to Mali, nothing to export. Even their gold, that time, you can't to invest and get those gold. No way. Niger, the same thing. It's like almost like a leftover. And the French picked these people. And the first policy was, let's assimilate them. You understand me? Then at the same time, they protected their languages. If you go to Niger, I don't think anybody's in Niger that cannot speak Hausa. They make sure this language fly among them. And they have tribes. In Senegal, they have tribes, they gave them Wolof. And if you see this West African French colony, like from Mali to even the Gambia that's English, they miss this language for all of them. There's no way they cannot communicate in African language. So it brings that closeness to them. They don't have too much discrimination. A Senegalese people of 10 can sleep in one room if they're in a critical situation and they will never fight. They will cook in the same, manage them well. So that is the aspect I'm speaking to. And when they discovered the British, they were spending too much money, they had to change the policy. It was not favoring them. Let's associate with them. Let it be like indirect rule. The British were using our king to rule us. And even up to date, the hands of French is visible, in terms of taking the resources of their colony, while the British are invisible. Everything we face as a country today, we may be thinking we are wise, we are intelligent. Why is it that only the president to yet to elect that we praise? Once somebody is there, is not satisfying us. So we need to ask ourselves and look inward. So that is the aspect I'm talking to. When I come to the administrative system, yes, they are far better than us. Nigeria is strongly to identify citizen now. I will tell you, there is no Senegalese grandfather or grandpapa of our grandfather age that doesn't have an ID card. There is no single Ivorian that doesn't have. They capture the age group. They capture the age group of their citizen. Their
it's always in their wallets, like currency.
Of their best rate to 50%. These are achievements. If they want to start from there, it will help them to grow. It is of recent they are now seeing Oranians in Niger. They are seeing what is it called good in Mali and all these places. The guy tried for them. Even when they enter European Union, they still peg their currency. But however, what the French did is that they will, when they have problem, they will preach this French in large quantity, pack it to these people and be taking their resources, which is very bad. And you will see money everywhere. It cannot buy anything. So we are not praising. I'm not praising colonization. Colonization people, it didn't help us. Like as Baba Joe rightly said, indeed, in our own African civilization, particularly than southern Nigeria or even the north, we already advanced in our system, and that's why it's very difficult. It was very difficult for them to break it. Even when they took our king away, they could not destroy whom we are. We still, in their presence, we still have to rally around and start building ourselves.
Midwest. Before we shift, let Remy come into that space because you are drifting already. Remy.
Okay, actually, to me, I don't really want to dwell too much on that because it's the past, and whether we like it or not, we have to move ahead. We have to move on. What I'm just looking at is I'm looking at Nigeria because first, our major, I like what the president is doing. It's not I'm campaigning now because he's diversifying from oil to non-oil export, which is good for the country. And now the problem is this divisiveness among the major tribes, all the tribes in Nigeria, the region. And then how can we find a lasting solution to this problem? Because whether we like it or not, you cannot be an isolated country. You have to do business with these superpowers, whether you like it or not. And the way we are doing, I think we should continue to look more inward and encourage people to build factories and industries in Nigeria. Just today, I was reading a report that they are going to start another refinery in Ondo State, and it will produce about 500,000 barrels of petrol. Probably maybe they'll finish in the next 2 years. So if we combine everything together, then we are already energy sufficient. And I think this can also help us in build up of electricity and the rest. So, but as usual, I'm still thinking, what can we do? Because we don't have the technology to continue to drill the ground, the crude oil. So we still have to rely on this, our colonial father, Britain, to still continue to help us about that one. Because the problem we are having is that we did not plan for a long time. One thing I appreciate China about is this.
For how long?
Let me finish. One thing I appreciate China about is this.
How long?
People, let me finish, please. I beg you.
How long have we?
How long have we?
I can't even hear what Midwest is saying because your line is.
I kept quiet. Okay. I kept quiet. Continue. I kept quiet.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is this. We don't have the technology to drill the oil from the ocean or from the ground. It's still this our super.
No. But Remy, you are not addressing the issue now because we are all.
Because before you came here, they have been talking about it for a long time, and I think at the end of the day, it's not going to change things around. We just have to look inward and see what we can do. So I'm just trying to look at what can this country, Nigeria, do if we continue to diversify from oil and non-oil export continue to give us the revenue.
We need to break the country up. That's what led us to this place now. We need to use
we talk about breaking the country up because I totally in support of regional government because at this present situation, there is no way everybody can work hand in hand. Because everybody is still jostling for the center, Abuja. It's my turn, it's my region, it's my tribe, it's this. But once you have this regional government, and then you give them that resource control to look for funds to manufacture.
Remy Odon. What led us to this argument that French colonies are better is just because of the organization, because the British merged ethnic nationality of different value that's in parallel that are not going to meet.
Before you are here,
together. Hold on. You will continue. Now the suggestion is because we've noticed that we had a system that was working in the 60s. Even some people don't want to agree that built each region. But what we have now is a system that everybody wants control. The Yoruba want control. The Fulani, Elsa Fulani, they want control. Everybody wants control instead of development. So the way forward, because that was led to this French system and British system we are discussing. So it's not even about whether we should look inwardly.
Even the regional government you are talking about, there's still something that we should also consider. Because when you talk about regional government, some people from the southeast, they will tell you that, regional government, we are the one that control maybe Rivers and Calabar and the rest. So, and that area is already another region. We call them South region. So, with the southeast, will it be acceptable? Would they be satisfied with whatever state, the 5 states they have, to control their own region of today?
They will.
Would they not be
They
saying
will.
marginalization
Be.
again? Would they not be saying marginalization?
No. They will.
We don't have that.
So they will.
Okay, Remy, this is it. Western region was developing academically. They were putting their factory. You see, all those areas you call Lagos together today, Ikeja, all those areas, whether Ikeja, Ilupeju, and all those stuff that belong to the Western region. We got our own development, our TV station, Western House, Cocoa House, all those stuff. We even have this building in the UK. Everybody was growing at its own pace. You understand? But that was the time we focused on development. What we focus more on today is the conflict. So are you saying, you understand? Are you saying we should continue? Because what this union, the type of union we have, has succeeded doing is, it has succeeded bringing everybody backward. Gradually,
Yes.
people are moving towards the backwardness in the north.
I'm not saying we should continue, because if we continue as we were today, there's a lot of injustice. Because you cannot tell me somebody that scored 250 or 270 to study medicine in UI cannot get in. Why you not score about below 200 and you can study medicine because you are from less disadvantaged state? That is not fairness. So what I'm just trying to say, we should go back to that region, but we can think it more better, so that these 6 states in this region will not choose their leader, and those leaders can just be just like before, just a premier. Among all these 6 premiers that we have all over the federation, then we can choose one leader. If this one is and can be rotational presidency. If you get it for 4 years, the next one will be go back to the south for another 4 years, and it's going to be ceremonial like they used to have before. So the premier will even be more, premier from each region will be more powerful than even the ceremonial president. So I think that's the kind of system they also use here. The president is just ceremonial. The prime minister is even more powerful. So
in that system you're talking about, Remy, there must be a referendum in Kwara and in today's Kogi about the Okun people and the Yorubas in Kwara, whether they want to join with the Western region or not, or the Western geopolitical
that should also be a referendum for some Ika people or Igbo-speaking people in Delta, whether they want to carve themselves and join.
Exactly, because it should be all embracing solution.
Be fairness for everybody. But if they say no, they don't want to join the region, we want to stay with the North Central. Oh, fine, continue to stay there, no trouble.
Simba, do you think anybody will want to?
Simba is not here.
No, Simba is not here.
Sorry,
now, Simba, are you saying someone will want to assimilate or accept the the extremism of the like of Aregbesola and this Ishaq Akitola, this your Murik man? So then, will you see any benefit in regional system? Because to me, I'm talking of total secession, but some people seem to favor.
No. Okay. We are strong.
Opinion for us.
Total cessation will not be good for us. We have lived big. Even when now we cannot agree, we still enjoy some level advantage coming together. There's still some sense of advantage being together. But however, if you say we want to break directly, that means there will be civil war.
Please just give me a few of those advantages. Just give me one or two of those advantages.
market otherwise. You see, I don't know how to really put it. Nigeria, we can say we are poor, we are this, we are that, but nevertheless.
Okay. Let's do comparative. Let's do comparative something. Hold on.
It's giving us.
Hold on, Midwest, you continue. You still have the floor. You have the floor. Let's do a comparison. If you carve out the Western economy and the Western region economy then and what we have now, the Western Nigeria economy then was stronger than the entire economy we have in Nigeria today. So what comparative and what advantage do we have?
See, I don't know. See, what you have to do, you see that Lagos you always had to the Western region. It was a capital city. In fact, it wasn't really part of that West.
Don't always make
Lagos was not part of Western region. Get it right.
Don't always make it. Calabar was the former capital of Nigeria before Lagos. So why?
No. I know. Wait now. Wait. You know when the British were managing all of us, I don't really see any region that they will say that was not good, because the free education you were having in the West, the people in the North were enjoying it. The Southeast, the East, the same thing. So all this here is better than here. It was robust than this. Yes, it is always like that in every country.
Baba, hold on. Baba, what Midwest was saying, is that true that the free education were enjoying the West then?
No. They were not enjoying free education in the East.
It was not all blanket. Even in that system, which we glorify today, there was a problem in that system, because it's 50, 30, 20, the division. You control your resources. You keep 50% of your revenue. 30% goes to the pool. The pool is for all the region. Everybody bring 30%. Then those that have projects which their resources cannot cover, they will drink from that pool after 30% being contributed. Then the remaining 20% goes to the federal. They take care of the army, they take care of the prisons and all the rest. Even at that 30% was a problem. Problem in the sense that the regions. What was the problem? The problem is this. I'll give you an example. The 30% was like, okay, if you have a project which you cannot handle by measure of your resources, then you have to take from that 30%. Some regions were coming up with fantastic things just to eat up that 30%. So there was dispute. And that same region, the moment oil was discovered in Oloibiri, you understand? Now says that 30% should be allocated differently. That was where problem even started with that.
Let's look at it from different angle. For me, where I'm coming from. Now, if you look at European countries as a whole, they have regions. Some regions are small, some are big. And when I ask question, why are they allowing this tiny place? They say because of the cultural heritage of those people. Because as time progress, and if you go to those smaller, you will see like ancient houses and all those kind of ancient. But as time progress, the people now, they mix together very well. Nobody cares now.
Sorry, midwife. I just want
to answer. When it comes to resources, let me quickly put this one. When it also comes to resources,
10 seconds. I just want to quickly answer somebody that was writing rubbish in the comment section. Lagos was part of Western region and still remain Western region. Because they use it as a capital, does not mean that it was never.
No, Remy, let's get it properly.
Remy, forget about those people.
The Lagos that was federal territory, you understand, was anyway. What we know as Lekki today was all marshland. Let's take it from Yaba. Coming from Yaba, federal territory. Yaba, you cut out Ojuelegba. Then you go to Surulere, you go to Apapa, then you go to Kata Bridge. On the other side, you come through Habat Macaulay Jeba to Ebute Meta, and then you come to Oto and come to Kata Bridge. And then that is federal Lagos, not as we know it today. where Lagos has extended up to Sango, up to Ikorodu, up to Ikorodu. That Lagos was different from today to this is Lagos State. Lagos Federal Territory was what the federal government owned and developed.
Wait, let me
it does not just a little bit of Victoria Island, then coming down to Kata Bridge. Lekki was not there, was just a marshland or Badore and all the rest. So that
was Festa part of it?
No, Festa, that's Ajigule, that's west.
Okay.
That's west.
So people that keep saying Lagos was federal capital territory, not Lagos State. So federal, eco-federal, or maybe whatever they call it, the federal FCT there was not even part of. Because when you see the industrial estate in the
he was saying that Lagos was never part of Western region. See his dummy head. The writing rubbish.
No. Federal territory of Lagos was not part of Western region. Fact.
He's saying Lagos State. He is trying to say Lagos State was not part of Western region. We know that.
No. I say Federal Lagos was not part of Western region. Federal Lagos. Education system was
Lagos
different.
also include the Ikorodu and the rest now, and so many other.
You mean?
It's not part of the Western region.
Ikorodu was west. Even Pangrove Estate, Shomolu, all those people, they are all Western states. Take it. I said Yaba. That's where federal territory stopped. From Fadeyi onwards, they are all Western Nigeria. Fadeyi, Lukbeju, Pangrove, and all the rest. Up to Ikorodu and everybody, everywhere, they are all west. You see them, they're primary school.
As of today, all Lagos area land, Victoria Island, all those federal, does it still belong to federal government or belong to Lagos State?
It's Lagos State now.
So what are they writing in the comment section? They that are more
Remy, don't overwhelm yourself with those comments.
I'm not overwhelmed by that, but when they are trying to prove more than what they knew, they don't know nothing. Just writing
just ignore. It's just like claiming like that today that Abuja Federal Territory now, wherever they cut that one from, you understand, is different from other part of North Central. So that's just the way the thing is. So comparable facts. You said you wanted to say something. Uncle, comparable facts. It's not there again.
It's not there. It's no more there.
Akim, welcome on board.
He's going to eat fufu.
You are looking for his trouble.
He's going to eat fufu. Hoping that Donald Trump will help him out.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Too late now.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead. This your system don't start again. That you know they hear.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
You need to buy a new system.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are talking about the betterment of Nigeria, the regionalism, and something like what we are talking about. We pivot away from what we are talking about, which is a good conversation anyway. I've not been listening, but I can get the gist where we are talking about. So we're talking about regionalism. I mean, in that context, which means, returning to the system whereby the, major region control their own resources, police, education, and development, right? All that inclusive, right? Hello?
Yes.
Maybe I need to go ahead and come back.
No, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just trying to summarize, if everything I just enumerated is inclusive, when we say control their resources, that includes police, education, development, and other federal, affair, but the federal is going to control maybe the defense, foreign policy, and monetary policy. So that's where we're going right now. And I believe each region can survive and sustain their viability. Why am I saying that? And I can give you some bulletin point. If I may start with the Southwest. As of right now, from what I can gather, I think Lagos State control is that about 40 or 60%
of the Nigerian GDP. So definitely the Southwest probably stand in the in the strongest ground to survive in that ground, in that regard. With their illiteracy level very high too. So that's and the infrastructure already in the Southwest. So that's a given that they're gonna stand strong to survive in that regard. Let's come to the South. I mean, for their own, because of their, their heavily natural resources, that's the epicenter, or the depot of our oil, which is most where we get our most of our money from. So Southwest is South is definitely gonna survive. The Southeast, yeah, they will also survive, because of their illiteracy level is very high, they're business minded, people.
Literate level, you mean, not illiteracy, Abby?
No, literate level. I'm sorry. That's what I mean. I guess I'm sorry for that. Thank you for Baba for that correction. Yeah. So they can survive. If you want to use that metric, if to judge up, whether we can go to regional. Yeah, they can survive. Of course, they have some natural resources, gas deposit and something like that. And of course, the North, maybe this will give the opportunity. Well, let's talk about middle belt because this thinking about regional. Okay, do you think that the middle belt will allow to align yourself with the North like it used to be before? What's people's opinion before I continue my narrative?
No,
If I
see,
may have my comment,
Hello?
the
we can
middle
hear
belt,
you.
they were already a region
I
before
can't hear
any
you.
other.
You know what, Baba? Let me go out and come back. I think I'm having a
You
problem. I
can't
don't
hear
know
me,
why on this
Comparable
phone.
Fat.
Whenever
You
I
can't
come to
hear
one
me.
man show, I don't know what
You
one
can't
man
hear me.
put some disease on my phone. I can talk in other platform with no problem, but one man, I'm gonna have to talk to you. Okay, I don't know what you did to my phone whenever I'm talking from the phone. But let me go out and come back.
One man did something to your phone.
Yeah, Ola, go ahead, please.
So, who is just to be progressive?
Yeah, me.
Fire on.
So basically, I was listening to you guys about this regional system of government. For me, I have no issue about it, and I don't think my own my idea about regional government is not really about ethnic or religion or any of those things. I am always one who believe that if there's any way, if there's anything we can do or any way we can go about trying to reduce the size of government in that country, the amount of money we spend in government, I am up for it. And and I believe that regional system is one way that we can reduce the size of government, because if we are a country that because people keep saying, oh, look at the resources that we have, look at the resources, you cannot dig it and start eating it. It doesn't work like that. Like, we're not, you have to think that we're not the only country that has resources. A lot of country has resources. And if it was that easy, a lot of them will, like, you will not have poorer country, you will not have poor countries in Africa. You won't have that much poor country in Africa. So it's not a coincidence that somehow people have resources and they are still poor. It's not relative to Nigeria alone. You have a lot of countries that have resources. Having resources doesn't mean that you're automatically rich. It's how you manage yourself as a people. And as a people, I think the system that we currently run, it makes sense under the military government, because there are no elections. The government is just, you just have one governor from the military who oversee the affairs of the state. They are nothing like state house of assembly. The military governor will just use permanent secretary. There's nothing like commissioners. It will just work with permanent secretary. So it's quite cheap under the military system to have to run a system like this. But when it comes to, say, you start to elect people all the way to the local government level, it's quite expensive, extremely expensive to run a system like this. So this is why I am all for a regional system of government, whereby the whole region. This is my belief, the way I think it should be. I'm not saying we should not have state. The state will still exist, but the governance will come from the region. So you have a regional governor and one regional House of Assembly. So the way the regional House of Assembly will work is that the current members of the House of Representatives, the Federal House of Representatives, all of them will go to their region to represent their people at the regional House of Assembly. The states now, instead of having governors, will now have state mayors. Okay, there would be nothing like House of Assembly. There will be nothing like state ministry of this, state ministry of that. You don't have, but you still have a mayor that will oversee the affairs of that state. Then that state can now have local government, and that local government will have councils, local government councils that take governance to the roots. Okay, so what you do is that the mayor of the state oversees and setting other like the state, say maybe in terms of like hospitals and stuff like that. So that would be the main responsibility of that state mayor, with not too much, no size to its governance structure. So the government will be at the regional level, which you have one governor, and then you have regional House of Assembly, which will come from maybe the current member that are serving from the Federal House of Assembly will be the one who will represent the people at that level. So if the bills that are federal bills should be passed through different regional House of Assembly before it goes to the Senate. So you just have one Senate, that's it. For me, if we go in this direction, at least we will be able to reduce the size of governors significantly. I don't think that we have to like, it's almost like a Nigeria that is poor, that is struggling, will still be fighting for the elite to have more powers. I don't understand the reason behind it. It doesn't make no sense. Like, there's nothing the governor is doing now that if you have a mayor, that the mayor will not do. Just that the governor will have state of House of Assembly, the governor will have commissioners, we have everything, aides and everything. It's just there's too much waste of resources in that area. So, in my opinion, this is how I see us going when it comes to a regional system. Not because you're a Yoruba person or because you're an Igbo person. You see, for the Yorubas, the Igbo, and the some part of the North, it's straightforward, it's easy, because it's more like. But when you go to certain part of the South, where you have tribes where you have that region is comprised of many tribes, then you go to the other.
But progressive, there's something you should also take into cognizance. Like a state like Kwara and Kogi, sorry, Midwest, you are cracking. Progressive. State like Kwara and Kogi, they have about close to 40 or 45% of Yoruba people. And they speak Yoruba friendly.
So this is why I say it should not be done based on, say, because of the it should be done based on resources, because based on the fact that we want to reduce this, we want to reduce government expenditure. We want to be able to have a small government as much as possible. You cannot trade poverty for representative, because I want to have people from my own side being in government, then I accept to be poor. No, I don't want.
Are you talking about European model where you have the capital city?
Remy, this is where we have issues. There's nothing like any we have to have a model that works for us.
No, I'm just trying to get you clearer.
Yeah,
so if I say this, you can say yes
when we say
no.
a model that works for us, it's not because
for
you're
example,
Yoruba or you are Hausa or you are Igbo.
Because you want smaller something. For example, look at Abuja now. In Abuja, they will have some city around Abuja, like maybe some small district, or maybe the capital of Nasarawa, maybe Lafia is not too far. Like here, they have the Helsinki as the capital city, and then they have a lot of smaller city around the capital city. So if they call them, they give them a name. This smaller city, they are autonomous. They have their own mayor, they have their own representative, they have everything, and they also control the tax in their own city. So is that what you're trying to put across?
Yeah, we can tailor it. How you then run it is different, but the structure, how it is structured, matters. I want you to understand one thing, right? Look at the budget of, say, maybe the South now or the Southwest, and then you look at each governors, how much you spend from their budget to fund government house for that 1 year. Then look at each state House of Assembly. and look at how much money you spend to fund
I
each
think they
state
should
of
just
assembly,
scrape State House of Assembly. Just scrape them because they are doing
and
nothing.
see how much you spend to fund each state of House of Assembly for 1 year. It's a lot. Look, people say corruption, corruption. No, even if you completely eradicate corruption from Nigeria, you will be surprised that it's still minute compared to the money that we are wasting to run governance in that country. It's minute. If we can come together as a people and say, okay, look, what matters to us is development, proper development. So we're going to go in this direction. You still get you will still get your representative through your local government. You will still get your
So
representative
what
through your mayor.
about progressive? What about this kind of representation? You have all these state assembly as your representative in each state, and then once in a year, maybe for 1 or 2 months, most of the representatives from this state they will go to Abuja and deliberate on the government plan
There's no, it's too much. The
no,
current House of
so you
hold on,
eliminate this one.
Remy, hold on.
Let me finish.
The current
You not
Federal House of
eliminate the
Representatives.
Senate. You eliminate the Senate and House of Rep in Abuja.
No,
Totally. You don't need them anymore.
So how do you pass federal bills?
So that's what I'm trying to say. Is this represented from this state all over the federation that they will pass the bills?
The number is too much. You don't understand. The number is still too look. If you
we
use
can
the
cut
current
the number down from each. Okay, go ahead.
Remy, hold on. If you see, if the current representative of the House of Representative member at the federal level are representing constituencies in those states already. Do you understand? They are already representing constituencies from those states already. So move them from the federal to the regional so that they still represent their constituencies regionally. So if we now have a federal bill that need to be passed, you pass that bill through different regional House of Assembly, and when they finish passing the bill, then they send it to the single House of Senate that we have. The Senate will now pass the bill before the president assent to it. Simple as that.
So you are canvassing, eliminating House of Rep.
Akim, the question is this: I know that we think we have what do we say? We think we have too many political office holders, and I don't really think so, to be honest, because I think the problem is the budget attached to those offices are the major problem. And if we can make all those positions like part-time. But I like your idea of the regionalization. But that regionalization, you are saying that it should not be like an ethnic group. And how are you going to demobilize our people from this sense of trying to dominate one another? Because until something can erase that mentality from our brain, that maybe we exist without thinking of dominating, I think that kind of thing will work.
I mean, that's strange doctrine. Ola and Midwest people, respectfully, I say that. Do you want to wash your Yorubaness from your skin? It's not possible. Or Midwest people, you want to wash your Edo heritage out of your body? You are what you are. You are who you are.
So why don't, if that's the case, why don't we just go to a monarchy system of government, if that is what you want?
That's
so that
how we started. That's how we started. That's how we started. That's how we came into Nigeria as a body. You understand? Even though in this century, in this age of and time, in the year of our Lord 2025, that is no more applicable or advised. You understand? Because people evolve.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, do you understand that in the countries where they have monarchies, right? They only have just one monarchy. But if you go to, say, Yoruba land now, you have the Oni of Ife, you have the is it the one in Ibadan? You have different head of different people, like different kings. So if you pick one out of them to say you're going to supersede the rest of them, how do you think that is going to work?
No, but when you say about a king having only one king, they have other fiefdom. Like in England, for instance, they have
Yeah.
dukes, they have
No, the
earl,
dukes,
and
the
they have
dukes are still under. The duke are subsidiaries from
they
that
are so
from
also in
Buckingham.
these regions. Even though that is not what is ideal at the moment, we are in a modern era. So if everybody stands on their own, if it's regionalism, we still want to go back to. So well be it. And if we want to adopt a different hybrid kind of political system that suits that any region, well, that's on to them. The thing is, as we stand today, it's like the system is not working. Like Ola just talked about political position. Look at today's constitution. It mandated that every state must have a minister, a representative minister in the central cabinet. So already before we take off, we already have about 37 ministers. Already standard before any addition. So that's a burden. We have two houses of parliament,
but if
House
we
of
go to
Rep and Senate.
regional, if we go
You
to
say?
regional, then that if we go to regional system, then that you can actually change the law to being from each region instead of each state. Then the only thing that is mandated in that case will be just 6 ministers from each one. That's all.
Akim, let me shock you. Canada is just about
Don't shock me, please. Don't shock me, please.
okay. Canada is just about 1/7 of Nigerian population. If truly we are around the 230, right? Let's say 1/6 of Nigerian population. They have 443 parliamentarians. How do you mark that? And I don't think Canada is
Do we
as
have the
vast as
financial
Nigeria.
resources like Canada?
No. Remy, hold on now. Remy, hold on. Remy, you guys are too fast. So
Exactly.
they have
Now,
you said
when you look at that
now.
number.
Oh yeah,
when
hold
you look
on
at
now,
that
hold on.
number,
But
right?
Canada operate a parliamentary system of government now.
That is exactly what I'm talking. Where we are going to.
Exactly.
Now the question is this: now, why so? Why so? Because
see, Remy, it's about remuneration. Why Nigeria is different? Hold on. Why Nigeria is different? It's about the remuneration, newspaper allowance, dressing allowance, housing allowance, furniture allowance, kilo day.
No, that's not true.
Were you naked when you came to me
much.
to canvass for my vote? You were not naked. Why should I be giving you dress allowance? Weren't you reading newspaper? Why should I be buying your newspaper? It's ridiculous.
The problem
It's
you
the
guys
budget.
have. The problem you guys have. Hold on now. The problem you guys have is that you think that these Western representative, they don't get these allowances as well. It's fallacy. See, serious fallacy. Look, part of the probe that happened in the UK a few years ago was how members of parliament was claiming. Listen to this now. They were making claims for expenses. In some cases, when some people even spend money to buy pornographic materials that for their own personal use. It was part of the probe that happened then. They also have access to expenses claim. What are you talking about?
No, we shouldn't use the British as standard. We know in Sweden, where they have less expenses, a woman even used her card to buy baby food and nappies. She almost went to jail. You understand? In the US, there are congressmen and women who sleep in their offices, in their congressional offices, because they can't afford rent in Washington, D.C.
No, but it doesn't mean that they don't have access to expenses. They still have, look, congressmen that you're talking about. Hold on now. Congressmen that you're talking about in America have access to gold standard healthcare insurance that ordinary Americans don't have access to. What are you talking about?
Don't we have it? We are talking of the ridiculous ones. The ridiculous one, like pay your houseboy, your house girl, your gardener, pay your rent in a choice area, and pay for a newspaper, and you pay for your extensive congressional staff.
They also have access to these expenses claim as well. They do.
Not all, not to the ridiculous level we have.
So that even worse in some cases.
No, I disagree. I just told you the woman in Sweden who bought nappies and thinking she can hide it under some other expensive cover, expensive sheet, and she ran into trouble.
So your idea.
You will come. Let's tackle what progressive is raising first, because it's really a very critical point.
Your idea is that so we can have all of these state house of assemblies with their budget, with their salary, with their aid, with their vehicle allowances, with transportation, everything, with their travel. Don't forget they have rights, to
but it wouldn't be standard. What the man in Eastern region will earn may be different, lower than that of the Western region or Northern region. Everybody will pay according to. That was how it was even. We have region that pay higher salaries for teachers. We have region that pay. So that was how it is. You pay according to your pocket.
Region now. You're talking about region. That is what you're talking about region.
Akim, it's all about resources day, because you see the essence of having those numbers in Canada, you see, it's just about representation. You understand?
No, because it's a parliamentary system of government. It's a parliamentary system. So what happened? Let me hold on now 1 second, please. I lived in country where they have parliamentary system. This is how it works, right? So a lot of their constituency have the biggest system of government they have there are councils. Council is the biggest system of government there. Outside of that, council and councillors, they have no any other form of governance. The only government.
I'm talking of federal parliamentarian is what I'm even talking. I'm not even talking of the municipal.
Hold on 1 second now. So then the people who represent them at the federal level are those MPs at the federal level. So that is why they have 500 or something members of parliament. It's because for every county you have a member, or one or two county put together, you have a member of parliament representing them. That is how it works. Or for every constituency, you have a member of parliament representing them. But if you go to that constituent or that county, they don't have governor. They don't have a county or a council house of assembly. They have all they have is local government. That's all. That is why they conduct nationwide local government elections. They do no longer have state house of assembly, federal assembly, commissioner.
What I'm saying is this. I understand what you are saying quite well. The one I gave you, I'm just telling you, it's federal, and we know their package. They have average of 200,000 in a year, which normal person can earn here. You understand? All those things. So it's not as if you will be having a member of the parliament in Canada that will be earning 1 million in a year, like someone that created a business, right? Now, when you go to province, each province too, they have their parliament too. They have their parliament that they select. They elect people from the community too, right? Then when you now come to the municipal, like town, like let's just use the word municipal. You understand? When you have mayor, you still have some members of the parliament, the councillors too. They are members of the parliament. Then the difference there is this: the federal now they are full time. The federal they are full time, but in some municipal, in some cities, their parliament members are part timers.
So who is speaking? Who is it? Is that Baba speaking?
Ola speaking.
Can't you even recognize my voice?
No, it's too similar. That's the problem. Sorry about that.
My voice and Baba similar. Okay, my accent be the Ekiti accent too.
Baba is Ondo. That's why it's very close.
Baba na Iko. Baba na
people don't come here.
So listen. The question you need to ask yourself is: what's the budget of Canada?
No, you see, it's not even a matter of budget to start with.
What is the budget? What is the budget of Canada?
They build this thing to that level. They be operating like this before they get to this level.
What is the budget of Canada? What is the budget? We're talking about affordability.
No,
what can you afford?
You have to trace it to the history. Did Canada get to this level of budget overnight? They be practicing a system of over 100 years.
I don't think even in Canada they give the legislation you talk about. They give them cards like they give in Nigeria.
No. You get your card in Nigeria. No, they don't give them cards. They don't give them.
We know after 4 years they take those cards home.
So parliamentarians, they go for car loan like we car finance like every other citizen. So no furniture allowance, all those rubbish they don't give. You as a parliamentarian, you go and get your mortgage. You understand? If you are paying for rent, you pay for your rent.
Simple.
It's your normal salary. When they pay you your salary, spend. So, but in Nigeria is where you get salary, you get concession allowance, toilet allowance, bathroom allowance, all those stuff. It doesn't happen here. So
side chick
allowance is allocated. That's the problem, not the number.
Okay. For me, I've already put my own idea forward. If you guys feel like corruption is the problem, it's okay.
No, we are trying to, it's not as if we are dispelling your idea. Just we are trying to refine it. That's what we are trying to do. Someone say Olosho allowance. Yeah, that's how they get it.
Well, let me make a little bit comment. You see,
go ahead,
the thing
sir.
is this: Nigeria issue is very. But I'm speaking. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you.
I mean, comparable fact. I said they want to come in. I don't know. So maybe it's not hearing me.
I wanted to come in, please. I've not spoken.
But if you are hearing me, just hold on a little bit because I want to put something here.
Why not let him go ahead now that
ahead.
we can hear him? Comparative facts. Let's hear him.
Okay.
Let's hear
comparable
comparative facts.
Comparative fact. You can continue because this thing have been disturbing me. So if you want to continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's build a realistic roadmap and framework, of transitioning Nigeria from the current federal system to a modern regional government. We don't want to dwell the kind of regional government we have before. We want to transit to a more modern regional government, which is going to suit Nigeria, whereby each region control their own internal affair, and the federal, which is the center of the government, they can control the national responsibility. So we divide the region into 6 places to what we have.
They are 465 to do. They are 445 in federal.
North Central.
445 federal parliamentarian in Abuja.
Okay. We divide into what we have right now, which is 6 regions. What we have right now. Each region we have their own parliament. Premier like a governor general. That's my own opinion. Maybe some regional civil service commission, regional court. Then the federal, we have like the national defense. They're going to control the army, the air force, the foreign affairs and diplomacy, immigration, custom, currency and banking and so on and so forth. The Supreme Court, that's where the power will go to the federal. Maybe each of the region will control their own policing and community affairs, education, healthcare, even transportation, agriculture, taxation, even some regional development. That should be left, for the region to control that. Then maybe we can have what I would consider like a physical federal revenue sharing. I don't know what method would be good for, maybe the federal in the region we keep about 60%. But I don't know what we used to have before. But in my own proposition, I would propose like about 60 to, or maybe 65 to 35. The region
70 self we keep. Maybe you get them. 70 self you keep for yourself. Through 30 to federal.
My own opinion, I would say 60. This is just my own modality I'm proposing. I would say the region we keep 65. The federal we keep about 35.
No, I think that 35 is too much. That's what Baba is saying is that I think during the olden days, I think we have Baba
50, 30, 20.
Exactly. If you can go back to that system, you see that central, why people are going there. You see, people don't talk of states. People don't talk of states. They talk of federal. And I keep asking people questions. Have you ever asked yourself why everybody want to buy one another that they must go to that center? Why everybody keeps shouting marginalization? Now, if you keep this 80% to you and contribute 20%, I think there will be less problem. There will still be problem, but there will be less problem because just imagine this idea of someone trying to dominate you. Is that one will just be within the center. Because in your region, you can build your school, you can develop your agriculture, you can do your health care, you can build your road. And anybody that want to be using his money to sponsor pilgrimage to Jerusalem or sending people to Mecca, good luck to them. And
do you know
anybody
it's
that
in
want
our
to
budget this year again to sponsor
Okay,
pilgrims?
okay, Baba, do you think we
Baba is there again?
Is there
draft
again?
our constitution to
Oh my goodness,
reflect the regional model? What do you think about that? Redraft our constitution.
You say? Say again, please.
You think we can, redraft our constitution, to represent, the regional model that, each.
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you. I think all those traditional leads, they need to start preparing money to go to Brazil, or maybe they want to go to India for pilgrimage to go and do their things. This cheating is crazy. Any matter of religion should not be subsidized.
Ola, see, I want to comment. If we want to practice regional government, I think we have to study countries that find themselves in a similar situation like the one we have today. I will use Spanish model as an example within Europe, the most of these Scandinavian countries, and as a model, because if we don't do it that way, with the level of distrust that Nigeria have created, many regions from day one, they will just go into crisis and it will become a very big problem. Even the so-called Western region, because within the Western, let's say they are the most united, that's why I use them as an example, there are still tribes and ethnic, I mean to say, or let me use that word. Everybody's Yoruba, but
This tribe, Ijebu,
yeah,
Ekiti, Egba, Oyo, Ondo, they are all tribes in an ethnic nation.
we also have it. It's like those who relaxed to say, okay, we are developing, not knowing people were playing control game. And they now realize it's like they becoming in a weaker position to voice out their feelings. And they are not going to relent. That is why, for example, I will suggest if we want to go to region, we will allow region themselves. They will not consult within themselves that kind of regional system that will be good for them. Are you going to go to a kind of parliamentary region, or you just going to go to that what I call it was based on ethnical, like the one they were doing in Spain, for example, in Scandinavia, where you have one small like community which they call local government. Some are very small, while some are big. So if we want to go to that, that will help us. Take for example the South. I will take the Midwest from that South to give my example. Because when we practice regional government, when the Southwest were in a serious problem, the Midwest region wasn't like that. And the northern part wasn't like that to some certain level because they also agree on that middle belt already in terms of discussion. But in the eastern part as well, there was always a problem. But the Midwest region succeeded because they have already traditionally representative based on ethnic, kings and chiefs. Everybody have that sense of belonging. Then two, every tribe were recognized. An issue that happens to them, when you voice your concern, it becomes an issue to be discussed. And if we don't do it that way, I don't think it's going to work, because every tribes you have must have their space and have that same right, like where they have majority, to say yes or no to any law that has been passed. Not like this. That is what they do in Sweden. A local government can stop some basic, there are laws. For example, you want to use land on federal level, the local government can say yes or no, don't use it. Sometimes you want to take some part of area, they can tell you every tree. It cut across nearly the whole Europe. German, the same thing. This is the amount you must pay us, because or else you want to destroy our environment. You see, that voices, that representative, that power that was given to them, make them to have that sense of belonging. Like in Nigeria case, few people decide and they push it to the rest, it become control. It will not work. Even places we think they are united, there will be problem, because if we want to
what are they pushing to the rest? Because nobody is pushing anything to the rest. Now
they
this
are pushing.
Is what we are saying.
Nigeria, the federal government.
Hold on. Now, how are we pushing? For example, look at Southwest now. We have common value. You understand? apart from some few errand people that are pushing Sharia, all those stuff, even the system we have, they even allow them. We want to go on our own. We stay on our own. If you want to practice your Sharia in Northeast, nobody is stopping you. But you don't bring your Sharia to me in the Southwest. And before you know, anybody that doesn't want to live with Sharia, you will leave your region. They will go to where they think they are secured. You understand? Hold on. When those deterrents are there, you understand. Now, if I want everybody that's got 300 to fill my university, it's okay. You don't come and impose on me that okay, because of what federal character that someone with got 300 and because your people cannot meet up due to how you are managing them, I should now come and take someone that's got 56 in a university jam. That's what we are saying. Let everybody determine how they want to. Don't come and put your bad, your bad situation. Don't come and impose on me. So what type of imposition are you talking about?
No, I don't want to dwell on that so much because the way the current structure that is on ground, as far as Nigeria is concerned, it just control. And that is why we have all these various problems that we are having. But if we want to go to regional government, in terms of even the resources we are talking about, the one I know, the little I know, let me give you an example. Like in Sweden now, you see that little commune that cannot really, people that represent them are part-time and they earn lesser. If you want to go to that position, you are not going there because of money. So everybody understand this. So because of that, it's not expensive, but they have sense of representative. You see it now, and we can look for a model that is not too expensive, and we make sure people voices they have that sense of belonging, particularly where you now have too much ethnic people. If you don't lay that foundation, we will not end up strongly. Everybody will be crying for dissatisfaction. Now, what really happens is this on the federal level now, every region cannot be as rich at the same time. So if we drop 50 for the region that is rich and we take 50 to federal, maybe national something, they put 20 there, the remaining 30. If they want to go and help a region that is poor, there will not be any problem as far as there is a way.
No. That one is encouraging laziness.
Let me learn my point. Look at the way they do it here. The thing is this: when they want to do it, they do it with transparency, and they do it with true accountability.
Nigeria would do something with transparency. So I think everybody must be on equal footing.
Midwest people, you've hit on the head. They do it with transparency. Nothing in Nigeria is transparent. It's opaque. Even state governors are duping the countries. Contract is signed in their states on which federal government is supposed to take the VAT. The state government retain the VAT and hide it.
Yeah, see, the thing is, when you say, you know why we don't have transparency in Nigeria, we tell you why these people have it. They are not better than us. If you start generating wealth, the responsibility of the federal now is to put in proper transparency and accountability system. That will be their main primary responsibility, their major responsibility.
We need to work on the orientation from childbirth of
I don't think
Nigeria.
I think we have
the orientation is already messed up.
No, wait. I don't agree with orientation. I just believe in a system because why
Nigeria make them straighten you, Abi. Midwest people, you don't drive fish. Make them straighten you. You go So it's the babes, the young ones that we have to orientate, like Remy is saying. We have to form a new country, new people.
Not you old one like you.
See what really the orientation is not a matter of teaching people 1 + 1.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you a very good example.
If you give people a good system, that one will teach everybody how to do it. Example, a Nigerian man that left Europe to come and stay in Sweden, nobody forced that man to follow the system. The one that is in Finland, nobody forced him or her because there's already a system on ground. You can't wake up and do things the way you like.
No matter the system you have on ground. Let me give you a very good example. I know a country that they catch them very young. They use the same system. They don't allow their children to be wandering around or being lazy. No, let me finish. Not Scandinavia, this is not Scandinavia at all. What they do is that they enforce that you must take your kids to school, and they don't recognize children out of wedlock. If you are not properly married, registered, they will not recognize that child. That child name will not be in the record. So you cannot just say like Nigeria will just carry pregnancy as they like. Just carry. There, the orientation is quite there from the beginning. They introduce the book system to these children. Let them read varieties of books. Encourage them more on sciences and mathematics. So by the time by the time they are in grade 4, I'm telling you, each one of them have read over 2,000 books. They are widely exposed. Now, everything they use everything to make them exposed, to let them be patriotic for their nation. So we don't have that one anymore in Nigeria.
Look, even Remy, to buttress your point, here in where I live, you understand, if your child under 18 is seen roaming the street at 10 p.m., you will be made to answer for that child. 2, no absenteeism entertained in school. You have to make application to withdraw your child for a certain occasion in a certain day. And there are numbers, you can't be more than 3 times in a term. If not, you are going to jail. You are going to jail. So, but in Nigeria today, na me bonam, na my pikin, who shall concern you? If I like it, go school. If I like it, not go school. That orientation has to be changed through the young ones that are coming up, because already we, the older ones, we are lost. Let me put it that way. We are lost.
That's it. And because of the literacy level of Nigeria is very low, although we have a big population, and then we are not pushing people to even understand the basic system. When you talk about that, when you say young Nigeria, talk to him or her about the diversity. I'm not interested in politics. Tell us what is going on. Economy.
Wait, Remy, even Midwest people, you said it a short while ago. Outside Nigeria, Benin Republic here, a gendarme will stand like a pole. God save you if you don't stop. In Nigeria, who be that they whistle?
Now, so it be for Senegal.
Who be that they whistle? You go say, I mean, they insult the whistle. You can't stop me. I mean, Nigerians are different breed entirely. Let's face the truth.
No, I am not talking about. See,
so
if we want
what we are trying to tell you is the orientation.
If we want to solve Nigeria problem, for me, if we want to go to regional government, I'm not selfish. I believe.
We are not even talking about regional government. I'm talking about the literacy level, forcing people to get that standard and quality education. Back is very important.
The real problem we have is this: we have abandoned very, very unique structure, which is that of our own cultural heritage, whereby we have respect, and that respect translates to our elders. It translates to our common rules that govern us, our own, how will I put our conscience?
Midwest, let me quickly ask you a good question. When we are growing up, we used to hear that when they catch when they catch some armed robbers, they will quickly go and shoot them at the, what do you call it, and fire to death or something like that. Can you tell me when was the last time they caught an armed robber in Nigeria? They do such a thing.
During the military.
Yeah. I was even surprised. So that then we catch them, sentence them to death.
Because
listen, what is killing us? So what is killing us? A governor of the state is afraid to sign a death warrant that the court already pronounced. You using it my religion does not allow me to do that, to kill people. Why do you get to that position? Why do you vie for it? So because the rule of law is not being you say so many things is not right.
I keep on telling people that if we don't fix Nigeria will fix all of us, and we're almost close to that situation.
Has it not finished all of us? When the younger generation, they don't even care.
No, we still have hope. Because the hope now is that we as a Nigeria can sit down and talk.
If you want to have hope from year 0 to 5 years old, not from this teenager.
My hope, a hope that gave us chances to discuss that let's move this direction at the moment if we choose to do. But if we allow everything to go into crisis, whereby America say I'm coming to protect this, Chinese are saying I want to come and protect, European Union or Russia coming, we are gone. That time they will go to Vietnam, what they call this Austria's capital. They will go to Zurich and they will be discussing our issues. Sometimes we will not even be there. Just imagine.
Look, the thing is, we are lost because now we have. How do I put it? We have entrenched position. Look at even the level of corruption all over the country. It's an issue of my thief is innocent, your thief is innocent, your thief is innocent. So who is doing the corruption? Who is perpetuating it? Everybody now defends their territory, defends their own corrupt man, defends their own thief.
Can I tell you why we are corrupt? If we return Nigeria to a region, what the Europeans are enjoying today, the major responsibility of the federal is to make sure there is a true accountability and there is true transparency in governance. Now, because of Nigeria case, we don't have that. Take, for example, a president of federal system that is expecting 50% from somewhere. They will crack their brain to have a proposal to make sure, even if people are cheating, it will not last long and it will not be big. And they will now apply to the entire country. You must do this like this. You must do this. They didn't say you cannot build school.
You have high hopes. So look at the executive lawlessness going on. Supreme Court gave a judgment that local government should receive their money. Over 9 months ago, have they seen a sou of their budget? Have they seen a sou of their allocation?
The reason is this. That's why I said, if we want to crack it, take for example, we use where I'm from, like Bende, like Midwest. That place is 12 tribe. The 12 tribe, we have their local government and their space. Now, the law, that one will give everybody sense of belonging. Don't add anybody to anybody without not differentiating their land. Because the system of the local government should be cheap. And tell them the people that will occupy this place are temporary, like what they are doing in Sweden. Because they have money, but they don't see any need employing everybody like you go there, that is your job. No, you have a job. Maybe that job you reduce it to like 6 hours. You spend 2 hours in that local parliament. That's why you went there. They elect you. Then these people are their people. They decide what those people want. You see it now. You translate it to the union of that region. Everybody will see it. So area that is not making too much money, maybe government want to expand that area. That's what they agree. They will make proposal for money for it. And gradually they start supporting that area, moving industry. The people will go there, is their country. Are we not moving? But the problem of you go and hard people to one place, everybody believe it must be chairman. That one will create problem. Even that is why I say West, you must identify the tribes that make up the Western Nigeria, and make sure they have their space, or else before you know it, everything will become crisis. Because that was the logic that the Bende people were able to use to overcome all these unnecessary crises. Not that they don't have differences, because they were able to make sure people are highly represented when they want to discuss issue. Either they are chiefs, their chief councils of chief will come. So, and they discuss this issue, and they agree on something, and they will have the reason why they agree on that thing, and they wait patiently. And that is the only system that can help us. On the federal level, the federal government will now say, okay, I'm expecting 50, because the accounting system in Nigeria is very weak. The Ministry of Finance, I keep on saying it, we don't have, because the mistake we made, the one that was created to be Department of Finance to the president have taken over the country. The one that was created to be Department of Finance to the state government has taken over the state. Originally, Nigeria don't have Ministry of Finance. I'm telling you the truth. Because if you have, it will capture the entire citizens. It will capture you.
We have Ministry of Finance, so why are you talking this way?
We don't have Ministry of Finance.
Where do you put Okotiebo? Who was Okotiebo?
See,
Jojo.
I'm not saying we don't have minister. I mean ministry. Sorry, minister, that is an appointed person.
I thought I've been to Abuja.
See, I don't know whether you get where I'm coming from. Not that we don't have a place called Ministry of Finance.
Look, you cannot be using, European standard, the population.
Not European standard. This is where we made mistake. European don't have a standard. There are method to things. So when you put that method,
there are human standard, not European or American standard. The standard is standard or God's standard.
Remy, when you push them, when you push the method aside, you do it otherwise, you get the negative result. And that's the problem Africa is having.
They have standard and they do copy one another a lot. If you have been to several, I know you have been to several European cities, I've also been to several European cities. They copy one another. Only the little differences. They
almost do the same thing, but maybe little approach. Maybe
the
this
only
one
thing is that when you talk about the Nordic or Scandinavian country, I don't know whether you are living in Germany or Sweden. Their system a little bit different from Western Europe, but it's also similar in terms of so many stuff.
The thing is this: if you live here, you want to go and stay in Germany. The same thing they are doing here is what you're going to face. First of all, they will identify you, isn't it? And
of course, everywhere they have to identify you. Now,
you know you're going to get a house. And when you want to get a house, you have to know that there's a system to get a house there. You follow up and you see. You want to get an employment. If they employ you, you know you must get a contract. And that contract must go to the institution. And when you want to earn salary, you can see, though when they are approaching you, the difference may not be there. But you see them pursuing the same thing. That is the method I'm talking about.
But all these things you are talking about, does not take it's also take them a long time before they get to where we are talking about.
No,
it's not
no.
Just
I disagree with you. Let me give you
listen, the Nigeria you are talking about, you're supposed to listen to this first. The Nigeria you're talking about, like 10 or 15 years ago, we don't have what we call national identification number, the name. We don't have it. Now they do have, and they are using more technology to trace a lot of people easily. So that made the system is also changing in Nigeria. Even when I came here, when I came to Europe, I discovered that the banking system of Europe is outdated compared to Asian one, where I'm coming from. So all systems, they were built with several years, not just 1 year. We should also appreciate what we have done. We might say it's not enough, but we have moved it.
Me personally, for example, I want to give you an example. We always refer to people. What of Benin Republic that is close to us in Nigeria? A Yoruba man from Nigeria that crossed to Benin, he can never excuse himself in and come and tell them I'm a citizen, except no place.
So
they don't
that
have
means our system is not soundproof enough yet.
I'm just giving you an example. A northern Nigeria Hausa person that will go to Niger as we speak today. If you want to become a Niger citizen, we figure him out. So when you talk of a system, a method always applied to a system. We're coming from the Ministry of Finance. I always say it here all the time that we don't have Ministry of Finance. If you go to all these poor countries, they have data of who is paying, who is not paying. For example, they employ one family in Senegal. One person, you are working in the ministry to tell because they are poor, they want to distribute the wealth. You will automatically be liable if you marry the family of your wife. You must have some numbers.
Like Midwest, if you by law, you must. What is the population of Sweden?
This thing has nothing to do with population. It's just the ideology. It has nothing.
Look, Midwest people, what the point you just made now, very important observation. In Niger, a Nigerian Northerner cannot go and think he can acquire their citizenship on a cheap, just like that. But it is automatic. The moment a Nigerian enter a state in Nigeria, in the north, it is already seamless. It's already assumed to be a Nigerian Northerner. Nobody asks question. If you want the Nigerian passport tomorrow, you will get it. So the Nigerian system is porous.
You see what you said now. This is why I keep saying to people who keep talking about diaspora voting. They need to know that Niger will be diaspora. All those Guinea, all those Burkina Faso, all those areas will be diaspora. So people who keep asking for diaspora voting, they need to be aware.
They said
Yeah,
that 8 million Sudanese
they need
Nigeria.
to
I was
they
shocked.
need to be aware that diaspora it doesn't mean you live in Europe.
Yeah, of course,
because
That
there are
country is
people who
in your
live in, I
backyard.
think,
They call it
Katsina.
diaspora.
So they go to school, a call, or what they call it, in Niger, and they come back in the evening.
The
And to
Nigeria citizens
them,
that
the
have
families are interwoven.
the
They can't
Nigeria
determine.
with Nigeria
If you say diaspora voting, nearly everybody in Niger can vote in our election. How you going to
Not only Niger,
let
Chad,
me have this story.
Mali, Niger.
Yeah, Nigeria citizens that have Niger passport, like the Northerners, the Niger government can trace them when they obtain it and when they become citizen, whether
Most
by
of
birth
the Malams
or
we put in our gates, they are Nigerians. So some of them are from Chad, but they will say they are Hausa, they are Hausa, they are Hausa.
yeah. So until you see them speaking French, then you will understand that these ones they are not from our place. So that's it. So to tell you, it depends. That's why I always advocate for a method. If you want to do something, do it good. All this negligence put us in this terrible situation we find ourselves. We are even a headache to Niger citizens because even this Boko Haram and all this says Rashad and all is because the way we treat them. That's why those people are not able to defeat them completely. They regroup in our place, they strike them, and the way we will do it, they will be wondering what is going on there. So it's a very serious.
Didn't they tell Jonathan that we are killing their brothers?
I don't blame them. That's why I say I blame Jonathan because with his level of education, a PhD holder.
But why should a leader be saying that somebody terrorizing your people? You are saying, and the federal government is acting, and you are blaming the federal government for acting against an invader.
No.
They are invaders, but you call them your brothers.
Because they say everything as politics and election. Because because
they believe.
What kind of country when you line up to vote, you will see a pinchomic, I'm sorry to use the word, a young lady of 14 backing baby on the back. If he's old enough to give birth, that's the argument, then she's old enough to vote. But according to the constitution, you must be 18 before you can vote. That can happen in the South. Problems are many. Many.
Let me tell you why they are doing that. They believe Nigeria has been given to them based on their faith to rule and dominate. This ideology is already in them. Now, take for example, they control the oil well in the South. Even when we produce president
How
for
is that one possible, Seth? I don't even understand.
Okay,
the military.
Look, whether military or not, don't blame military. We have even managed to produce a president from that.
And they just allocate it to them with a fiat.
For good 5 years, he was unable to change it. Now we also have a Yoruba man that have ruled, like Obasanjo. He was unable. Why can't these people be embodied?
Okay, Obasanjo is ego.
Okay, when we were young, these people will carry stab knife. They will be selling it in our streets. The police will not arrest them. If you see a stab knife when I was young in the hands of any Edo man or somebody that reside in Edo, whether it's from Yoruba or from Sasa, apart from the Northerners, the police will arrest you and persecute you. We'll be giving them so much. And that is why they feel entitled. And now they've messed up the system. Even that is why Tinubu that is ruling today.
Did your governor Ekpobolo went to Kaduna or Kano to beg them because you finished two truckload of their people mistakenly?
No,
he went to go and beg them, didn't he? And even offer them money.
You have to do that because the reason is this.
But every day they eliminate people from that side in their own state. Nothing is happening. Who is asking them questions? Who is holding them to ransom? They are not afraid of me, but I'm afraid of them.
We lie down flat for them to see us as a weak people.
Midwest, in addition to what Baba just said now, Fayoshe chased all those criminal herdsmen away using the local people. Fayemi welcomed them back. Just thinking because he was going to become the president. So you see what we are talking now, Midwest.
So governor is aiming to become deputy. So they will do everything like what Obaseki was trying to do. He gave them Ruga in that Sumo Edo. And he used the entire Edo land say 20% for Ruga.
So Midwest, don't you think, Baba, don't you think Nigeria should just ban open grazing?
You say again?
Can Nigeria ban open grazing? Grazing of
Why not? Why not?
I think that's the first federal government.
Wait, Remy, they mooted that idea, I think, 2023. And they said, well, they will just stay in their place and they will not sell cattle to Southerners again. Because of our long throat, we couldn't push it. Whereas because if we import frozen meat now, we will say it's okweku. We can't eat frozen meat. We will say it's human meat. It's human long throat. Must we feed on their cattle?
No need. Let them eat all the cattle in the north. Whether they can finish it in one day, now they are wala with that.
But what stopped them from bringing them in trailers, in trains? Now we have railroad. So why can't they bring them in train like they used to in the 60s, in the 70s, even in the 80s? They bring them by train.
Hey, Baba, stop it. A lot of the cows in your area is owned by your people. It's not owned by full animal. It is the same of our people. Bring a lot of, what are you talking about? Remy, hold on. A lot of the cows.
That's one of the stories that when we buy the cows, we still import Fulanis to tend to these cows ourselves. That is what they are saying.
Some of you don't like to hear the truth.
No, I said that's what they are saying. I acknowledge it. I acknowledge this as truth.
Exactly.
Obasanjo has a lot of cow. When Abiola was alive, he has a lot of cow. Most of the Obas, they have cows.
A lot of the cows in our area
has cows.
Are owned by our people, and they also bring the ones that also bring these young Fulani people to come and mine this, to come and add these cows in our communities.
We know that's true. That part of it.
And I can tell you authoritatively that in those states, Remy, calm down now. Don't be saying that's not true. You don't know. Don't be saying that's not true.
I know. I want to tell you my own. Don't allow me to say something now. Give me one.
I've not finished. I've not finished. You keep interrupting.
Go ahead. After you.
Even in Benin, they have head of all this Fulani man. He's like a big man now in Benin that bring these young Fulanis from the north. If you can link with him, and then you buy your own cows, maybe 20, 30, 50 cows, he will bring boys for you to come and help you to move this cow. So you're telling me those young kids that work with cow, they have money to buy all those weapons that they carry along each other. I'm telling you, you still go to our towns and cities, you see cows being moved around. Yeah, make your contribution.
Okay, what I want to say is very simple. Sorry, Ola. If you've ever been to Bodija Market, Shasha Market in Ibadan, at as early as 6 a.m. or before 8 a.m., you will see truckload of cattle because they have to go through Obumashaw, you and the rest to come to Ibadan. All the way from Maiduguri, Kano. Every day, more than 20 load of cattle from the north. I'm not saying that our people are not rearing cow, but is it enough for the people?
It's our people that is bringing them.
No, it's not our people. They are bringing from the north.
Remy, I don't know what you are defending. I attended a school. You understand that the rector of that school was rearing cow in that school. That students were complaining, and he brought all these people in there. Wait, Alaafin, our own Alaafin, he got cattle. I'm not this one though. The Eleto Waja, the late one. He was rearing cow. Exactly. Our people brought cow and brought this Fulani. Nothing to deny there. So they
what I'm saying, you don't understand. I'm not hold on. I'm trying to tell you that
what Akim is saying is nothing but the truth.
They bring a lot of cow from the north to be consumed, to be slaughtered in this market. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not.
They are happy to read, but.
Remy, that is not how it works. They cannot transport a cow from the north to come and kill in the market for that same day or the next day. No, these cows are already the one that you see them bringing now. The one that you see them bringing, they will bring it, they will drop it, they will work with them, they will have Fulani that will move them around, they will take them to the market, to their abattoir.
They are stationed there, and the following day they will slaughter them. Who tell you they are moving them?
Make I quick put this one. Look, if they want to enforce the law, whether Fulani is escorting cattle or our people have cattle, that is not the one backing the roaming about of cattle. It's because the federal government cannot enforce that law. And we cannot really pass. Some states, like in my state, there's a law that said, don't parade cattle. So who is going to enforce it? There is no way. If you have it on a national level, or perhaps maybe when we have state police, those bringing cattle will look for a place.
So how can you enforce? How can the hold on? First of all, you see, this is the problem when I come here sometimes and I'm having issue with people. First of all, under the Land Use Act, the federal government have no powers over the land of the people. So okay, so how is the federal government going to start enforcing laws? This is why they said at that time let me finish, please. This is why they said that time every state should pass the law as they seems fit. That was what happened in that body. Every state house of assembly should pass the law as they seem fit to their own states. So there are some states they don't have issues with cattle rearing. Why are you going to pass a national law? Some states don't have issues about it.
My issue, you don't understand me. In my state, for example,
it's not every state in Nigeria where they have this problem.
You wait a little bit. In my state, there is a law that prohibited the parading of cattle. Now, if you want to enforce the law, you're going to use the national police. And if the will is not there for them to act, it becomes a law just made but useless.
It is
just like
it is up to the governor. It is up to the governor to pressure the police to enforce the law of the land. If the governor want to demolish your home, they will not tell you. Hold on now. When the government want to demolish your house, they will not tell you they don't see police to enforce the demolition. Do they tell you that?
I say we should take provision because when it comes to cattle, the people you are
so how can a governor that can find police to come and demolish your home, then they cannot find the police to come and arrest people who break the law? What kind of conversation are we having?
That one, let me round up why that one is the most easiest one. You are dealing with your people now, but by the time you arrest these people that is escorting the cattle, you will be so surprised. Tribalism will start coming in.
Fayose deal with it in Ekiti. Let us don't do this now. Fayose was there and he deal with it in Ekiti. What are we talking about? Did Fayose not pass the same law in Ekiti?
I don't know how to put it. Let me tell you, my brother. Like in Edo, if you arrest these people, you give them to the police, they will set them free. They send them to Abuja and they are gone. What will you do? There is nothing.
So what about hold on. So what about confiscating the cows if that's the case? You that demolish somebody else, why can't you confiscate cows then?
Wait, they do sometimes. You understand me? They do, but the will.
So what is your complaint then if they do? What is your complaint?
See, sometimes they do. We can still blame the state government for not really
No, Midwest. You know what you are doing? You understand? You are saying we are hopeless. I will just give you an example that Fayose passed anti-grazing, you understand, empower people, and these people disappear. See, they look at the body language of the governor. That's the main thing. Now, the thing is that like Hakim said, someone wanted to demolish house. Don't forget that those houses they are demolishing, some of them are Igbo, some of them are Hausas, some of them are Fulanis. When they are demolishing houses, it doesn't mean that it's only one ethnic group. So how come is it very easy to demolish a property and yet just to enforce law around the open grazing that is difficult? That's what we are saying.
No, the one they are demolishing in Edo is something that have to do with courtism, most especially. So this one is
Edo the only country, so it's the only state in Nigeria.
I use my state, get what I come. I say we have a law that said they should not in my state. That's why I just concentrated in that place. And that's why we're talking about that place. So we have a law already, but they cannot enforce the law. I don't really know what they want. So that's it.
Midwest, I'm saying to you that it's an excuse to say they cannot enforce the law. It's an excuse. They can enforce. I just use Fayose as an example. Fayose did it, and the whole Ekiti state was free of cattle marauders, people that there was nothing like open grazing in the Ekiti state during when Fayose was there. And he even showed example by when they slaughtered, they will catch one of these and slaughter a cow.
Anybody home? I can't hear a thing.
I think Midwest is gone. So like I was saying, so you see, like in Edo State, the government passed a law to say if they arrest anybody that is a cultist that have committed any form of a crime, they will go and demolish the house that that person is staying. So, okay, you passed the law. How are you then enforcing the law, interpreting the law, and enforcing the law at the same time? So you arrest somebody, they say this person is a cultist, that person has not gone through the justice system, and then you go and demolish the house where the person lives. Even if the person is renting the house, you go and demolish another person's property. That was what they were doing. And then you're telling me the same man cannot go and arrest cattle herders, people who are moving cattle open, who are committing open grazing, where the law is there as well.
The thing, Kim, is our politicians are afraid of the Fulanis. Let's call a spade a spade. Even what is going on today, with Trump threatening and the presidency vacillating, it's all about the election tomorrow, what the Fulanis do against me and stuff like that. We have to remove this Fulani from our brain and bury the problem of the Fulani forever and ever. This is the moment. It is president, if he doesn't seize this moment and stop this nonsense onto him.
Yeah, but how is he going to stop it? This is the problem. How does he stop it? I think for
act
me,
like as if there is no 2027. Act as if you are not coming back.
The state have to take responsibility. The president and Fabio have to push for state police aggressively. This is me. I believe that it doesn't matter.
And restructuring.
It doesn't matter what you do in that country. The federal government cannot police Nigeria. It is impossible. Let them stop that illusion that one way or the other the federal government is going to police Nigeria. It's not going to happen.
You know the anointing that came about the state police. They are not even doing the preliminary things that will put this state police in place. Because it's not an event, it's a process. It is a process. Proper legislation have to be put in place. Boundaries have to be demarcated. You have to know where you start and where you stop in a state, the regulations that guide each state police, the territory you can cross, how they communicate with one another, and the protocols involved. These are the things I was expecting a certain committee to be doing at the moment, taking us in that direction. But nothing is being done. What kind of rubbish is all that?
Do you know the good thing about that state police? You see, like this kind of Trump thing now, right? At least they'll be able to point to certain states. So, this state in Nigeria, this state in Nigeria, they fail to protect their people because they have the resources, the means to protect the Christians. They fail to do that. But now they've generalized it as if in a country like Nigeria, where every street you go to, especially in the southern part, especially when you go to Benin, sometimes it become annoying. In one street, you can see 5 churches in one street. Right? In that kind of country,
more than that too.
No, I'm just using
doing their boys' quarters. You are not calling it a church; it's a church too.
It's like they call for them.
And then you're saying this.
There is simple 3 days.
So and you're saying a country like that is a genocide against such religion, a religion that is freely open to practice. So in my opinion, I just think that the decentralization of the security system is something they have to do right now.
Why they generalize it, Akim, is those who are perpetrating and perpetuating the elimination, they are of a certain religion. That is the reason why they call it genocide against the Christians. If it's Christian on Christian, that is understandable.
What would you call what IPOB is also doing to fellow Christians in the Southeast?
That is what I meant by if this was Christian on Christian, there will be no hula baloo. There will be no hula baloo, you understand? But when it's Muslim doing it, dishing it out to Christian, that's where the issue is.
You don't understand. At the same time,
Baba, what I've even been telling Remy is this. Remy, let's focus on this one that has lingered with us for so long. See, Leave
Hey, now we are just talking.
No, leave iPod and Igbo. There is a recent thing.
Or they are the one that went and reported.
This guy we are talking about as legal wrong. Leave iPod and Igbo.
They are the architect of that thing.
Oh no.
You don't understand me. Muslim is the one doing it.
I understand what you're trying to say, but because don't excuse them as well. They are terrible people.
No, yes. See. Where you don't want to solve a problem, that is when you keep expanding the scope. The scope we are had now. Hold on.
Olai doesn't want to understand that Gambare Fulani Kulejonu. So if Christian is duking it out to Christian, that's their problem. But when a Muslim is ditching it out, that's the problem.
That's the problem of Igbo. Trump is not seeing that. They are seeing Muslim versus Christian, and that's what they are seeing. Let us use the opportunity. I want you to
I understand. And me,
what I'm saying is don't let us expand our scope unnecessarily. You understand? Don't let us. Okay. Is IPOB in Jos? Is IPOB in Benue? Is IPOB in Northeast and North Central? So leave those people. They will solve their matter. If they get Biafra, they will solve their own matter.
What I'm trying to say is very simple. These people, these so terrible human beings, that they do all of these terrible things because of religion. The religion that they even brought it from another area and continue to fight their own people and now extending it to other people apart from the communal clash in the North Central. I totally condemn it, but I cannot also accept that there is genocide against Christians in Nigeria. I will never accept that one. But you can say some of them, because predominantly in the North Central of Nigeria, predominantly people there are Christians. So we can say, fine, it's true. But saying total genocide, no. And the people that are coming to say they want to liberate us or they want to help us, they are not also coming with clean hand.